thing, boilerplate stuff off the thing. So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 4:32. First item is the adoption of the agenda as presented. I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Miclarino, seconded by Mr. Garcia. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, it passes 5-0. Moving on, at this point, I'd like to call on Mr. Joel Wakefield to lead us in the pledge, followed by a moment of silence.
Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I'm going to move on to item number 5 now, the minutes. Were there any corrections to the minutes from anybody? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Miclarino, seconded by Mr. Ramirez. I'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Moving on to current events. Dr. Spurgeon.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Just a couple things. One of the things I was really excited about, the Glendale Chamber of Commerce allowed me to do an update, a West-MEC update presentation, our business over breakfast last Wednesday morning. So I got to spend about 35 or 40 minutes really. And a lot of people there know West-MEC, but they really didn't know West-MEC. But I was able to give them a chance. And I had a number of folks come up afterwards, want to know more about our programs, well, now they could be a part of our programs, how they could help. And so very excited about anytime I get a chance to talk about West-MEC, it's always an exciting day. Got a chance to speak at the ABEC Lunch and Learning topic. Representative Pingarelli does these quite often down at the Capitol. So I got a chance to visit with several representatives from across the state around workforce development and how we can work more collaboratively together, bring our resources to bay instead of just doing some singletons and silos and things across the state. So we're very well for that luncheon. CJ and I had the chance to meet with Scott Holman again with TSMC to continue those discussions around the potential build out at the Northeast campus and what that might look like for workforce development for TSMC. Very excited about that. Met again with Jeff Minke with UTI to talk about electric vehicles and hybrids and the work that they might be able to do in training our staff and moving them forward in preparations for the potential at Northeast campus for hybrids and electric vehicles. So got a tour of their electric vehicle side of their campus and their trainers that are there, their teachers that are there are very excited about working with West-MEC. And so we're excited about that partnership there as well. And then lastly, I was able to attend a luncheon yesterday with the JAG program, which is Jobs for America's Graduates. And West-MEC received what they're calling the Experience Award, and says the Experience Award is a partner that has provided career experiences, opportunities for JAG participants to gain personalized hands-on experience through an industry design conference or training, informational interview, practicum internship, apprenticeship, volunteer opportunity, informal mentorship, and special externship. And so we're very excited about receiving the award that we can be a part of the Jobs for America's Graduates and helping those freshmen through senior students find their way through life and gain a purpose. So very excited about the award from yesterday. That's all I have, sir.
All right. Any board members, any updates? All right. I would move on to item number 7, the consent agenda. Any items that anyone would like to pull off the consent agenda? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Miclarino, seconded by Mr. Ramirez. I'll call for the question as we aren't allowed to talk on the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Call to the public. Do we have any cards, Ms. Hanbury? All right, then, do we want to go on to number 9 or wait for the other board members?
You can go on to number 9,
All right, let's,
business partnerships.
Mr. Williams. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Straka, members of the board, Superintendent Spurgeon. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide some updates on business development partnerships and legislative affairs. I'll start with business development and some of the partnerships that we are continuing to pursue. The big headline in this space is really education and workforce are better together, and we are seeing this play out more and more. The practitioners involved, the leaders involved in this space are really starting to integrate their efforts, leverage their resources in support of one another. The systems behind the people have not quite caught up yet. So as you think of the federal level and the Department of Labor, and Board Member Garcia could probably attest to some of this, and then you get to the state systems that are in place to support workforce development. Historically, those have operated very independent of Department of Education and the efforts that are happening across the education landscape. So the voices in those spaces are coming together, and that was illustrated further today as Dr. Spurgeon and I and others from the West-MEC team were able to attend the State Apprenticeships Office put on a manufacturing apprenticeship accelerator. So this was a convening of intermediaries and training providers and people from industry to really talk about how apprenticeships work, and West-MEC's excited to be a part of that conversation. We're also very involved with the Arizona at Work system and the Maricopa County Workforce Board. We are looking to have representation in some of their committees as well as on the board moving forward. So we're excited about that. Last week I had the chance to actually sit in for Dr. Spurgeon on a panel at the DLR hosted Desert Symposium, and this was a convening around how we design spaces for workforce training and for CTE in particular. So we had about 15 states represented there to learn about, and West-MEC was really a highlight of the symposium, how we have developed our facilities with industry input, how those have then informed some of the community college spaces around Arizona, as well as Cherry Creek School District up in Colorado, who, as they showed their slides and CTE spaces, I could just see West-MEC all in it and over it. So it was exciting to see that in the conversation that followed. Later this year, next month, I believe Dr. Spurgeon and I will be taking our strategic partnership principles and that model, the West-MEC model, on the road, and we'll have the opportunity to present on that topic at the ACTE Region 5 conference, where we'll be able to share with other CTE folks the importance of strategic partnerships and really articulating what's important and what you want to get out of those partnerships. Legislatively, so for keeping any type of score, there were about 1,500 bills, over 1,500 bills introduced originally. Obviously, that's dwindled down quite a bit since the start of the session. 15 vetoes, I think, out of the governor's office. 13. Vice Chairman Straka, you had asked about the budget bills that had kind of gone back and forth. I think it's happened 13 more times since the last meeting, so those have been vetoed in kind. And 2 bills have been signed that enjoyed some bipartisan support that went to the governor. I do want to just put on our governing board's radar a few bills tracking through the legislature. One is Senate Bill 1272, and that has passed through the Senate. It is now waiting to be calendared in the House, and this is the bill that does some cleanup of that 4th year funding. I touched on this a little bit last month, but it removes the regional in-demand list requirement. and really leans on industry and the Department of Education informed CTE approved program list to allow funding for those 9th graders and or 13th the year after graduation students. And it also removes the 40th day enrollment of the junior year for those 9th grade students. So currently the students got to be enrolled in a CTE program the 40th day of their junior year in order to retroactively be funded for that 9th grade CTE program. So we've been working with our state representatives just to make sure that they're informed on the facts around that, what it would do in terms of providing those opportunities for students, CTE opportunities for students. The request was made for a fiscal note to be attached to that. JLBC did provide an estimate, and it was about a $43 million price tag that was attached to that. We're quite confident that's a pretty inflated number, which is not uncommon. The JLBC's got to be kind of the most expensive possible case scenario has got to be presented, and that number's informed as though every single 9th grader in the state of Arizona were taking advantage of a CTE funded course. So we know that's not reality. We know that that's not at all likely, so that cost will be significantly less.
It's like the $10,000.
I also just want to put on your radar, Senate Bill 1562. This is coming back around. This is the research and development credit, unused credits for tax-paying entities, so businesses. They've added CTEDs to one of the approved partner uses. So CTEDs would be able to benefit from some of those unused tax credits that businesses really just have sitting there right now, not being applied. They could partner with CTEDs to offer capital projects to support the development of programs that feed these pipelines, as well as, so for us, we're in a unique space where this could help our high school programs. This could help cover costs of customized training and our adult ed programs as well. Again, that's SB 1562. Another one is House Bill 2525. I believe I've touched on this before, but this would essentially allow salons and shops to employ unlicensed employees, individuals. So cosmetology, barbers, they could employ unlicensed individuals if they opted into a statewide inspection program. We believe this would be certainly undermine the credentials earned by our students in these programs. As you think about the chemicals being mixed and applied to people's skin and hair, I think we can agree that it's important that people have demonstrated some competency in that area. So we oppose that bill. And then House Bill 2546 is division of large school districts. So this does not directly apply to West-MEC, but could potentially impact some of our member districts that are larger in size. And
How is largely defined?
35,000, I'm sorry. So it would instruct that county school superintendent would call an election for school districts that have an unweighted ADM of at least 35,000 for the purpose of determining whether the school district should be divided as decided by the voters in that district. So currently there's statute where that could be called if a local board or the voters requested that question be called to the voters. But it would have to be approved by both the voters within the district that would exist, be left, as well as the new district. So I'm not aware of that happening, but this would force that vote to go to that question to go to the voters. So any district over 35,000, the county superintendent of schools would have to call that question on whether or not they want to divide that district into smaller districts. That is House Bill 2546.
Who's pushing that, just out of curiosity?
Good question. In terms of like any group, I'd have to look at the for and opposed comments attached to that bill, but I can certainly follow up with that information.
I'm just curious, I don't see why we'd wanna.
It's largely, from what I've heard, it's to do with representation, that some districts span quite a large footprint, and that it's not always representative of certain pockets within that district. So it would allow that to be split up into smaller, more representative districts.
Do you know how they're counting the 35,000? Are these full-time students or part-time or?
It's unweighted, so it would, ADM is the total enrollment of part-time and full-time students minus withdrawals of each school day throughout the first 100 days of the school year. That's how they're defining ADM for the purpose of this bill.
Because I'm sorry, I think it might affect, I'm looking at the report Heinfield meets and it says we serve about over 37,000 students ourselves, so that would affect us.
As an overlay district, we're not directly impacted by this. Kind of by design, where each of the member districts vote to join West-MEC in that case, but this would apply directly to the K-12 school districts.
Thanks.
With that, I stand for any comments or questions.
I guess very good, no questions, sir.
Thank you.
Let's keep this rolling. Ms. Bavier. He's supposed to be here any minute, please, traffic. I don't know if anyone else had traffic issues.
There's a lot of traffic out there.
Oh, it's terrible.
I-17 in 101 is horrible.
I wanna go back at 4 o'clock.
Tell them to all move back where they belong.
Anyway, sorry for the disruption. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Straka, Dr. Spurgeon, members of the board. Maya and I are so happy to be here today to talk about application and enrollment data and processes review. I'm Marilyn Bavier, Director of Student Services, to meet the new board members. And we're just gonna split our presentation today. I just wanted to say that we are very proud of the data that we're going to show you today. It's an example of how all West-MEC works together. No matter where you are, at a grocery store or at a restaurant, if you're wearing your West-MEC shirt, you are a recruiter. And no doubt people have stopped you to talk about West-MEC. And so thank you for your recruitment, thank you for all of your recruitment, because we know that all the students that are going to be in our programs in the future and that have been there because it is one effort. We have a recruitment team, but there's no way that they can do everything that needs to happen, so thank you. It's the good work of our teachers and our staff and our community, and the success of Central Programs is far-reaching and something to be very proud of. I will let Maya go next.
All right, Vice Chair Straka, Superintendent Spurgeon, members of the board, thank you for having me here this evening. I'm excited to dive in a little bit more to present some data to you. I have a couple sides to look at, so I'll do a little bit of explanation as I'm going through. So this first number that I'd like to present to you is the amount of received applications that we had on February 1st. So that was our priority deadline. We will still receive applications from now until really the end of summer, so this number will continue to grow. But this is that first group that we're working with to get in seats now. Every day we're working on allocations. So the number of received applications was just over 2,900, which is quite a bit of an increase for us, and I'll go into that in just a moment for you. I did break this up by district so that you can see kind of a bigger picture of where everybody fell throughout that 2,900. This is, as Marilyn said, really a testament to recruitment efforts from a lot of different people. It's not just recruiters, it is the really West-MEC staff, it's West-MEC reps on our campuses and relationships that we've built over the years with all of our stakeholders. So everybody plays into this number, and we are immensely grateful for that. The top three really stakeholders that we had represented throughout these numbers were Awafria, Tolleson, and our charter private schools. And the top 3 in-demand programs were aesthetics, welding, and hairstyling. From that number of 2,900 is when we dive into processing all of our applications. So each application is reviewed by West-MEC staff, and we have to verify that we have signatures present, we have documents present that we need, like transcripts, things of that nature, rubrics. And then we go through and make sure that students are actually meet the application requirements and the program requirements on the campus level. So it's really this joint effort to make sure that everybody is where they need to be. That did bring down some of our numbers because there was about 600 that were not eligible because they either didn't meet the program requirements, they didn't have signatures, we didn't have a transcript, things like that. Some of those could change over time as some of those documents are provided to us, but the number of eligible applications that we're looking at for the 23-24 school year is about 2,400. And I broke that up by campus so that you can see that as well to start to see kind of where all these students are going to be falling. And one note for you is this was an increase of about 42% from last year, so we're excited about that.
Was it even among all districts? Did some districts drop off, some pick up?
You know, there were definitely some districts that grew pretty exponentially. Charter was one that had some significant growth. It was about a 79% increase from last year, so that's exciting. Buckeye had some significant growth this year. Agua Fria had some significant growth this year. I would say that a lot of the other ones are kind of a little standard. Some dropped off a little bit as well. As we know, things are always kind of a state of flux in education, and that has a lot of different factors that play into it, but we're very excited, all things considered, about the numbers.
So what are we seeing for the applicants that we that had administrative issues that we didn't accept? What happened to them? Are we trying to get them on board or recircle?
Some of them applied because of the wrong grade level. So there was 100 or more that wanted esthetician, and they were sophomores and they need to be a junior. So that's a piece that we can't fix, except we wrote to them and told them, would you like another program that you could be in, or you can wait till next year. So some students, some of them wanted nursing, another 50 wanted nursing, and they were sophomores and they couldn't do it. So a big percentage of that number were kids in the wrong grade level. So other than that, the students that didn't meet a requirement, they have this semester to maybe make up that English or make up that math. So a low rubric could be because their attendance or their tardies or their discipline, and they have time to get better at that as well. So that's why we call it a student success action plan. We know that they're out there, but they have work to do to get in.
Yeah. And this effort that we're in right now is really just this first little piece, so we will get updated transcripts after the semester finishes. And then if we still have some seats available in our programs, for some of those students that might not meet requirements, we can look at some things to see if we could get them in and see if there's some updates that we can get completed to get them in programs. So there's a lot that happens from now until the summer, yeah. So overall, we have about 1,840-ish seats for the 23-24 school year, and we have almost 2,400 seats. So we will definitely have some programs with wait lists. We will definitely have some programs that have some seats available as interest is still kind of being piqued and we're still gaining applications. So I'll turn it back to Marilyn from here.
Thank you. So this is what we're doing right now. We're allocating students. So every day there's a group of us on the allocation team that sit and we are doing it district by district. And we're about halfway through because after we seat those students, then we have to go into our focus system and do some placing. So there's just a lot of hands-on work going on. But wanted to show you this, again, that we call it CHOP, Charter, Private School, Online, Homeschool. They were one of our biggest areas, Agua Fria and Tolleson. So they're getting the most allocated spots. And those students are getting those spots based on this fair and equitable rubric that we talk about, that all counselors fill out a rubric on their students. And they tell us a little bit about their attendance and their discipline and their ECAP, their education and career action plan that they really wanted. I know Mrs. Wiley could come up and give this presentation with me because I've been spending so much time with her. She's smiling at me. So,
Done a heck of a job.
so we just feel that this process is very equitable. It is hard when you see this many kids wanting hairstyling and you might be able to give them 10 spots. But we also know we have precision and drone that we're kind of working on getting some more students in. So that's why you'll see more students on a wait list and then kids still waiting to get in. I always tell people to have hope though, because even though that these certain students will get the nod about getting in, they change their mind, right? They join football or cheerleading, they get a boyfriend, they move, there's all these reasons why the same student that got in might not stay in. And so those kids on a wait list, they get called. The campuses can attest to them working April, May, June, July. And sometimes you could switch 100 students from what you thought were gonna be in until they show up. But once they show up, our retention rate says they stay. So that's the good news. But just wanted to show you where the kids are being allocated. Our total allocation number is 1,538.
Yeah, sorry for neglecting to add that on the slide.
Thank you. So very quickly before we end our process, just want to tell you that this is our timeline. On the 16th, the kids will all get a letter. They'll either be accepted or they'll be on a wait list. So, you know, it's very exciting when you get the spot and it's very sad when you don't, but we try to give them hope. So on the 16th, that will go out. On the 23rd, we will send the next letter. So the first letter is congratulations. If you'd like a grant, please let us know and we'll work with you. And please come to our next event, which is called Follow Your Arrow. Then a week later, we'll send them that enrollment link because we need about a week to help process the about 250 grants that will come through from kids that need help with registration. That's a whole nother presentation. So then again, through April through August, they will come to Follow Your Arrow that the campuses are putting together. I'm sure you'll be invited to those. You could come and see what that looks like. And then we'll just keep reorganizing that wait list by rubric order and putting kids in. And then lastly, we keep kids engaged. So we have these very fun drip campaigns that go out to students. So once they're in, they've come to Follow Your Arrow, they've enrolled, they've paid, and then Maya and her team continue to send these drips out saying, did you know this? This happens now. Did you know this? This is when orientation is. As well as the campuses are sending letters as well. A principal might send a welcome letter out to those families. So, because we know you have to keep them engaged because they may get distracted and then find something else that they want to do. So we just want you to know that from beginning to end, we are taking care of students to keep them in our program. And it is a all-staff effort to make that happen. So, we stand for any questions.
First, Mrs. Babbiard, congratulations on your new position. I love seeing people on a wait list for our seats. I think this board realizes the responsibility to look ahead and see what we can do for those kids. I just wonder, and I know there's no quantitative way to give a definitive, do you think COVID has had an effect on this, on the number of kids out there that want to go to CTE, the number that we can take?
You know, COVID had an effect on everything, right? So like, it's interesting to look at that. We see our numbers increasing again because it's been a little bit of time since the COVID piece. So I think they're back, everyone's back doing it the way they used to do it. Our member district counselors are back doing it. We're out meeting people personally and not doing as much online. So yes, I do believe that has, and I would share with you that we've done some things to get more kids in. So aesthetics, for example, we used to only have 2 sections, we added a section this year. So we are trying always, our leadership team and campuses get together to say, this could be helpful if we can make this happen. Dr. Spurgeon did such a great job this year at looking at our usage, and because of that, we were able to add pieces in there, so.
I would add that I think that students definitely have a renewed appreciation for the hands-on learning after COVID. So I think that they are excited to come to programs like West-MEC because they're excited to have that opportunity.
Well, I think without COVID, we might even have more. And I think the fact that it's hopefully behind us, next year, you might have a bigger waiting list. That's for us to look at, but thank you.
I have another question. You mentioned aesthetics, and you're gonna have 3 classes now. Are you gonna have any of those at the Northeast campus?
I will refer to Dr. Spurgeon and his planning with what's happening on campuses.
Right now, there's not plans to add that program to the Northeast campus. It's only available at our Northwest campus, but doesn't necessarily mean that that's something we can't consider for whether we're adding programs to campuses and or potential new builds
Okay.
for other campuses, so.
Yeah,
I would share with you that our partnership with the community colleges, we used to be with aesthetics and cosmetology in a facility out that way. They had this bad flood 2 years ago. They shut the building down. It stopped our programs. So Mrs. Cleese has been in constant contact with them. They're just getting their building up, so maybe the next year we would be able to offer it through a partner program like we do with culinary and EMT and fire.
I know in our Glendale high schools, a lot of the students there are, they want those. Those
They
are
do.
desired classes, and they cannot make it to the Southwest
Yeah,
campus.
they filled our, when we used to have it out that way,
Yeah.
Glendale and Deer Valley filled that. And we do know that. Mr. Welsh and Ms. Cleese are really working on that partnership. But we're at the mercy of the community college and their building, so maybe one more year.
Okay, all right.
Can you go back to that slide with student enrollment by district?
Alec, this one or
that'll be it,
enrolled one?
That's not up on the screen.
Oh.
Can you put it up on the screen, please?
The allocated one?
We have it on
The
there.
allocated
It's
one.
just-
It's in your packet.
There we go.
There we go. I don't get a paper book. And it's not
That's
on,
your fault.
and it's not on my electronic copy either. So Paradise Valley, 34.
Right.
Their numbers keep going down. And what I'm really concerned about is, I had a conversation a couple of years ago with a board member at Paradise Valley, and their CTE funding from us had already dropped over $1 million. And so if their numbers keep going down, CTE funding for all their programs will go down, and then the number of students we get there from that district will keep going down. So what can we do, because it becomes, a snowball going downhill.
So
How
part
do
of
we
their
get-
money comes from, it comes from their CTE programs in their school. Then there's money that comes from our central program, so.
Right, but
there's
we
no
weighted
difference.
it so that you had to be in central programs to get a better benefit of there's a weight to participating in central programs.
So Dr. Spurgeon and I and some of his other leadership team did go to Pinnacle High School because first we met with their whole staff, their superintendent and many of their principals, and now we've been heading out to the individual schools. And we had a great conversation at the direction of Dr. Spurgeon, finding out answers that are pretty specific to the school. And so Pinnacle, in many ways, just told us that they really will not be sending kids. They had, I think, 11, maybe 9 got a spot, based on what they're doing on in their own school. They've asked us how we can help get more time in their satellite programs, but that because of parking and and sports and who the kids are with their GPA, was it 47% of their students, Dr. Spurgeon?
I think it's 44% of their students are at 4.0, a grade point average, and about 48% of their students are athletes.
So they're choosing not to come, and the campus themselves are also not pushing it. They're keeping their kids where they are.
But they're looking to,
Because those 4.0 students, EMT
That's
would
right.
be an entry into medical school.
That's right.
And so why wouldn't they be interested in EMT? Or
That
is,
question we asked them.
Well, you need to go talk to them.
and I would be happy to, because that's the area I represent, next time you go, let me know. I'd be happy if it would be of value to me to tag along and have a conversation.
well, one of the things we talked with them about was they have a culinary program that's outstanding. And so we're looking for ways we can actually partner inside of their district as a centralized program. They're also looking to expand in their business department, some sports medicine, some metrics in sports medicine because so many students are excited about those kinds of things. And so we have a couple of options that we've talked with them about, because if they can't come to us, we're looking for ways in which we can go to them.
Well, and again, you have to think about Paradise Valley goes out to Shea and Scottsdale Road. And so when you think of how far that is to a student having to go even to the Northeast campus, that's quite a drive.
Well, it's just like my granddaughter, they live at 67th Avenue in Happy Valley. She goes to Pinnacle, and then she comes from Pinnacle out here to the Northwest campus.
Mr. Stricker, was just one other addition Mr. Welsh reminded me of was the class rank. So when they're at this certain GPA, currently West-MEC's working on honors points, but it's the districts that get to decide if they want to take those. So many students who are
They want the
competing at that
5.8
level, if they come to
5.8
one of our,
instead of
that's right, if they come to
4.8.
our program, they're making a decision to stay out of the top 10 or the top 20 or whatever it is that they're looking at. I literally was walking with Dr. Spurgeon when he asked the principal, so tell me, what program could I put on my Northeast campus that you would come to? And his answer was, have you not really been listening? They're not going to be going.
They're not coming. So I asked this, the second question I asked was, do you have enough parking for all of your students? He said, oh gosh, no, only seniors have a shot at getting a parking space.
You
So,
gotta pay for the parking.
but we were trying to figure out what the transportation issue was, and we found out that there's not a single junior student that could come to any of our programs, because if they had a car, that where would they park when they come back? Nowhere. So there's transportation issues from one district all the way down to not having access to any transportation.
Sometime I'll tell you my opinion of Pinnacle students, but it's.
But we're trying to figure out ways in which we can partner
North
with them.
Canyon should be a prime because that's a more blue collar school. And I would think trades would be very big there.
We will continue, as we have been, we will
Yeah,
continue
I appreciate it, it's just,
meet,
it-
I
it's just so.
It was hard to put this one together because of you.
You
We
know-
were ready.
You know what my question's gonna be, so thank you, I'm sorry.
And I promise that we are, we have great relationships with their CTE director and their counselors. But it's parents.
Mr. Garcia.
I'm sorry.
The question I have is,
Does
the program- does it partner with the CREST program over there in the Paradise Valley area? Because they have that CREST.
So Crest is at PV, right, and other students from other of their campuses can go to Crest if they want to. So sometimes kids are choosing that, kind of like a CTE program that they can go to leaving their own campus.
So is that in competition with West-MEC at all?
Well, I guess we
It's like
wouldn't.
two CTEs at one district.
Yeah, it's not really a CTED, it's like their specialty program, Peoria has those, many of them do, and we
Right.
support that, I mean.
And it's a 5.0A also on
Yeah.
us.
And they will fill those
Yeah.
before they send.
And we're happy, like, we help build that, so we're all the same family, right? So we want kids to go where their pathway is, and if Crest is it, then we're excited about that.
If you're going back to North Canyon, they encompass the Greenway Square area, which is a lower income area. So our programs would be a breakout of their economy where they could step up to the next level.
Well, we'll get there, we'll make an
So
appointment to go.
if I can be of help, that's where my kids went to high school, I'm happy to help if I can.
Thank
I don't wanna beat the dead horse, but that's, it's my favorite topic on this.
Thank you.
I have a question, regarding my district. My district stretches all the way from 43rd Avenue all the way to 303, so the kids that live west of the 101 are well served by Southwest Campus and Central. I don't know so much about those that are between 43rd and the 101. So my question is, do you have a way of mapping our students' addresses and so we can see a map of where they come from and which spots are glowing red with all the students, and then which ones are completely dark where we have absolutely no students coming either to any of our campuses or any of our satellite
Of
schools?
the students in your district and where they go.
Pretty much, I heat map of sorts.
So we do it by schools, so like the
Yeah.
schools that are within your boundaries, is that what you'd like to know, is where your kids are going?
Yeah.
From the schools that are within your boundary?
And not just mine, but the whole, all the districts combined. In particular, I'm interested in my district, but if we can have all districts, that would be great.
So maybe if you have all the schools and where they're going. If you could send it out to the board and say, Mr. Ramirez, your high schools are this, Ms. Wiley, yours are this,
Yes.
Mr., especially because the
You
maps
get a prize
change.
for the most?
No.
Mr. Mr. Ramirez, we do have that information. We just don't have it on a heat map. We have the chart where we can show you which programs they actually attend from which high school exactly. We just don't have it on a map itself.
And the reason I asked for that is because that way we can figure out, okay, where do we need, how soon do we need that school in Algodón Center? Or should we approach the other high schools that are within that area to support CTEC?
I think that's a great idea. We do have a lot of different data that's gonna show you where kids are going and to what campus. Again, not like with the little heats, but that will help. And then, but we probably need to tell you what are your schools in your district. So we need to figure that piece out by looking at your boundaries.
Do that.
Yeah, because the West Valley Schools is Phoenix Union High School District, and they don't participate.
They don't participate in a CTEC.
Right.
So a lot,
Like
you know, we're,
starts at the
yeah,
101, that's how Hamburg, Maryville, they don't
Right.
play.
They don't, but Cartwright and Penn does.
right. If they came from the elementary school that happens to be in that area, then they can come to West-MEC without tuition. And I will say it's difficult when Phoenix Union students do wanna come to us. We don't get a lot of reciprocity from their counselors in their district wanting their kids to leave us. They want them to go to Metro Tech. They don't want them to come to us. So usually the kids leave and do open enrollment or they go to charter and then they come.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to talk to you more about that.
I would be happy to have that conversation.
And the other thing, just congratulations, you've done a great job with charter schools. I know we got lost in all the stuff, but charter, you know, I think I challenged you guys a few years ago, and clearly there's I don't want to say a market for charter schools, but clearly you have hit a very good stride, so congratulations.
And homeschool, just so you know, homeschool is in there too, and that's a big group for us as well.
And just on that, are you doing anything with AAEC? Because I think there's some vet
Yes.
programs
We
that
are.
they would be very good to partner
There's
with.
2 AAEC schools within our boundaries.
Yep,
that we
Susan
have
Wentworth,
students.
yep, we know our folks. We're having, as we conclude, because there's a big evening tonight, we're having a charter private high opportunity showcase and luncheon for all those charters. Just sent out 119 invitations today. So if you'd like to come to that, we'll send you an invitation as well, because we're really trying to make sure that they feel welcome and known, just like our member district counselors know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pingarelli, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Straka. Apologies to the audience, delay in getting here from the Capitol, but glad to be here and welcome to everyone again. So I believe we're on agenda item 11, safety and security on West-MEC campuses presentation, and that will be Mr. Heath and Mr. Chad Zeka. Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Picarelli, Superintendent Spurgeon, board members, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to share my passion, which is safety. Gonna go over these slides fairly quickly because I know we have a pretty lengthy agenda tonight, so don't want to stir the lion's den behind me. Just a little background, I come from the fire service, I'm retired fire chief out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Spent 28 years in the fire service. During those 28 years, I also taught for New Mexico State University at the Doñana Community College branch in fire science. I also taught several academies, so not only do I come from the safety background, I come from the teaching background too, so I sat behind the desk and know where a lot of our instructors come from. We're gonna talk today a little bit about our safety coordinator objectives that we've put together. This is a fairly new position with the school district. We've had little part-time here and there come and go, and so having someone full-time, it's allowed us to really focus on some of these topics that I'm gonna share with you tonight. The first and foremost thing that we did right off the bat was to make sure that our emergency response plan was up to date. This is something we do annually right before the school starts. So typically June, July, we make sure that we have all the revisions in place that come to us from the I Love You Guys Foundation, which is the developer of the Standard Response Protocol. This is used nationwide. Over 30,000 school districts across the nation use it. Almost the entire West Valley currently is on this program. Now, what does that do for us? It allows us to be on the same page with our first responders. So when they show up to our schools, we're speaking the same language. This is crucial, obviously, when it comes to crisis prevention. Once the revisions are done, we put a hard copy in every one of our campuses. And then it's also now available on our Insider webpage on the safety and security. So our instructors can download that to their devices and go through it when they need to. We also do a training every school year before it starts. We have separate training for our staff and instructors that is specific to their roles. And then the instructors also have a video that they show to the class during their syllabus time, so that it sets the foundation for the rest of the school year. The next objective is our risk assessment. This is an ongoing thing for a safety coordinator. It's every day. You're always keeping your eyes and ears open. In August, we did a walkthrough with the trust, which is our district's property and liability insurance carrier. And so they sent out one of their representatives and we walked every single one of our buildings. And then they develop a report of recommendations that we can do to reduce our risk and reduce our liability for the district. We had no major infractions or findings, and everything that we had on there was mainly like housekeeping type of items that we addressed immediately. So we're right on top of that. I'm also out at the campuses weekly, and so that gives me an opportunity to stay on top of any safety projects that we have going at each one of the campuses. It also allows me to meet with the administrators prior to me leaving that campus weekly to find out what their needs are, what their priorities are, and to give them any updates that may be coming from my office as well. If at any time you have questions, just raise your hand and we'll address them. This is kind of my forte, which I love doing, obviously, coming from the fire service. I get to go back and work with my peers. So I was able to meet with the police departments this first half of the school year. I met with all of our departments that are responsible for our schools. We brought them out to our schools. We did a complete tour. They gave us feedback on just what they thought, and we took notes and compared some of the concerns that we may have had and made sure that we were on the same page. The other thing that we did is we provided all the police departments with our building plans so that they could upload those into their dispatch centers. So as they're responding, they're able to pull these up into their vehicle computers and know exactly where they need to go during a crisis emergency. Next step is fire departments. I'm working on setting up meetings and doing the exact same thing, bringing them out to the schools, letting them do tours, going through all the critical infrastructure that we have at our campuses. I'm working on inviting our first responders to our drills and also inviting them to come out and do some training on their own so they get familiar with our campuses. Not only does it give us site familiarization, but it's public perception. You know, they see first responders on our campus. That's a really good thing for us. Both negative offenders see it, and then it's positive for our constituents as well. Safety training, that's our next bulletin. And so the goal here is to just provide as much safety training that's required depending on your function with the district. Obviously, there's different levels of training depending on what you do for the district. So we've partnered up with an online institution called Health and Safety Institute. It's an online delivery, so our staff is able to log in, do the training, take a test, and get certified. I'm working very closely with our professional development team, and eventually we're gonna transition this over to where they're managing it full-time. So for the first year, call it a pilot year, I'm gonna be managing it, working closely so that we can integrate this into where it's just one with our other training that the staff has to do. Our district-wide drill plan, this is another one of those annual things that before the school year starts, we just have to make sure that we fall in line with state statutes. I've listed out the fire drills, or the drills that we have to do. These are the requirements per the state. We meet all of those needs. Once the drills are completed, staff keeps a hard copy, and then we upload it to the G drive so that we can have access to it anytime, just in case we get audited for some reason. But right now, we're all in line and drills are being formed as they're supposed to. We belong to safety consortiums. The long-standing Central Safety Consortium we've been a member way before I became a part of the district. So now I'm able to attend these meetings on a quarterly basis. They provide training for safety personnel, first responders that relate to our job function. Recently, last summer, the Southwest school districts got together, typically the big three that we saw on that list previously, and they formed their own Southwest consortium. So I was able to make West-MEC kind of a founding member of that consortium. I joined forces with them as soon as I got hired, and right away I got put into a planning committee for a summit, which was basically a one-day training conference. So we've spent 6 months planning and coordinating, I think it was February 14th, Valentine's Day, made a lot of our significant others happy on that one. But it was a great training. We had 5 members from our school administrators that got to go and participate in this. We had the I Love You Guys Foundation out there giving trainings, which was great because they're the ones that we follow for our emergency plan. We had FBI out there. It just turned out great. So this is going to be an annual thing, and we got to be a part of the founding of it. And so I thought that was an honor to be a part of. I picked 3 of the projects. We had several little projects that have already been completed, but these are 3 significant ones that I've been working on. The first one is our automatic external defibrillator program. So the goal for me was to make sure that we had 1 AED in every single building throughout the entire district, including START and corporate. Now, fortunately for me, this was pretty much already done. We were lacking 4, and that was it. Currently, we have those purchases. 3 of them are already installed. One of them is a little tricky. We're gonna end up doing a mobile cabinet just because of where it's gonna go, but that should be within the next month. And then we'll be in compliance with my goal being 100%. So that is a project that to me is pretty important because time is of the essence. Early CPR, as I put here, and early defibrillation increases our chances of survival. Next project was Stop the Bleed Kids. Yes?
How many people are trained to use that? Is it difficult?
So training is definitely a positive. I don't have the number of our trained personnel as of right now, but these are public AEDs, so they can be used by the untrained person. It's literally
One
pop
sitting
a.
outside the church where I go and I'm going, well, it's there, but I don't know who uses it or even.
Once you pop the lid off of it and hit on, it starts talking to you. It commands you. It tells you how to put on the pads, what to do. It is 100%. The only thing that doesn't make it 100% automatic is it tells you to push the button. Whereas the fully automated ones do it all for you. So I just kept.
That's neat.
It's really improved survivability because now the lay person does not have to get certified in AED, CPR. Now, do we encourage it? Yes. Are we going to offer it? Yes, we are.
Does staff know that it will talk to them and they don't have to be certified or anything, at least so, hey, we're gonna offer it,
Well, they're
but
listening to this right now.
Yeah, I can't say for sure that 100% of our staff knows that, but it's in my goals that, you know, I kind of got started really quick to the school year to where, you know, I got hired in June and then school started in August. So I hadn't had time to make sure that everyone got trained. But as we move forward with this position, I'm able to bring in personnel that can offer CPR classes, and it's not something I'm trained to teach, but we can bring in, there's several nonprofit organizations that'll come in and provide that for us.
Even if you could open it up and show them how it works.
Yeah, so I've talked with the administrators, and one of the things that we're looking at doing is during the beginning of the year when we do teacher development type days, is have safety presentations where we talk about, which we already did this year, we talked about the ERP and the videos, but now we're gonna add the AED into it, the locations of it, the Stop the Bleed kits, which I'm gonna talk about here in a second, and just get out there and start adding to our toolbox. It's been real quick, you know, in 8 months, we've accomplished a lot, but we're still not done. We have a lot of things to accomplish. The Stop the Bleed kits are kits that were mainly generated, or I should say built for active shooter type of situations. But what makes us a little unique is being a CTED. So the chances of accident or injury to where we may need this kit to stop a bleed other than an active shooter is increased. So currently, we pretty much have a Stop the Bleed kit in every one of our AED cabinets, but we went ahead and added additional ones because time is of the essence. And so by adding 20 additional kits to each campus, primarily in high-risk areas like our labs, it reduces the distance and the time traveled to be able to access a tourniquet, pressure dressings, chest seals, and so forth that can help aid survivability until first responders can get on scene. And those have already been purchased. We have them in hand. Central Campus is installed, Southwest Campus installed, and then the next 2 campuses are in line to have those. And they're just put up on the wall, so they're going right next to like the first aid kits and so forth. And then the last project on the list is the security camera project. This has been an ongoing thing for several years, and it's kind of been pieced together. And so myself, along with facilities and IT, we're kind of formalizing the whole as a project. We're gonna look at the cameras as one big project to where we can have the cameras maintenance on a routine schedule, looked at to where if we need to update software, firmware, do we need to replace old and outdated? Do we need to add in areas that we're lacking? So that is an ongoing project. We should have a report for you a little further in the next coming months or so, once we figure out where we're lacking and where we're gonna move. The next step to that is a pilot project where we're looking at possibly monitoring some of those cameras with live personnel from a company in high target areas that we deem necessary. So we'll probably pilot a few cameras on different campuses or so forth and see how that rolls out and how we feel about moving forward with maybe even going more automated in that area. So with that being said, is that quick enough? I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Jim, Mr. Miglarino. Sorry, couldn't turn my head.
Does the trust provide us any help or assistance in our safety programs and training?
Absolutely. So the trust, when it comes to those safety consortiums, they're kind of the lead. So they put those on. So the consortiums are formed, just like the Southwest one, but then we kind of relinquish command per se to the trust. So the trust sets up those trainings, the trust brings in those speakers, So technically, yes. And then they also have personalized type of training where they have online libraries, recorded seminars that you can pull from. And then, of course, a list of resources to where if I have any type of safety type questions that I just can't get answered, an email away, they're my resource to be able to answer all those questions. And if they can't find it, they point me in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's a great question. Mr. Garcia?
Do you guys have any, do you ever consider participating in the Palo Verde drills that they do, since the off-site emergency center is right next to the West-MEC campus?
It's not something that I'm familiar with, but it's definitely something I can look into.
They do 2 big drills statewide, where county, state, city, and feds are involved.
Understood.
And you're right next to the falls.
Literally right next to, right. And what was the name of that again?
It's the Palo Verde statewide emergency drill. I can get you linked up with some folks that put it on for Palo Verde and do the network.
Yeah, that would be great. I would really appreciate that, and then I can have some more information at the next board meeting regarding that.
Excellent.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Excellent presentation. So moving on, our next item is discussion and consideration of a motion to approve the 2022 fiscal year financial audit report. Ms. Rockwell, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Pingarelli, Dr. Spurgeon, and board members. I haven't had to use a presentation here yet, so I hope I don't goof this up. So something that I've always enjoyed being able to do is being able to come back to the board and share how the annual external financial audit has been for the prior fiscal year. And so that's what we're going to go through tonight. And all of you did receive in your package the SARP, the single audit reporting package, along with the Arizona Uniform System of Financial Records Compliance Questionnaire. So I'm just going to do a brief overview on where those things kind of came out. So first of all, a little bit of background is a school district has to have a review from an external audit firm. That external audit firm does have to be approved and authorized through the Office of the Auditor General for Arizona. And they do have to follow, that audit firm does have to follow compliance with what not only does the legislature and ADE devise as questions, but along with GAS and the OMB. So, good news, through our federal awards, which are federal funds, we did not have any significant issues with any of the federal funds that we manage, and that included the ESSER funds and any of those as well too. So that was a very nice thing. So with the financial statements, there was one significant issue, and that was there was property that was purchased. And the district made a payment for the property and it was miscoded in the general ledger. So what's being done to remedy that? So something that I discovered is that there was not a monthly reconciliation being done between the district and the Maricopa County Treasurer. So that is now something that's being done on a monthly basis so that we're able to catch those transactions as they occur instead of having the auditors find them. So with the Uniform System of Financial Records, or the USFR, or those of us that have been in school finance for a while, we also call it the USuffer. No, we really do. Because there's a whole lot in there that makes you wonder why, and then you just know that you need to do it. So these are the areas that the external audit firm looks at every single year. And within each one of these components are different questions. And really the sample that is selected is driven 100% off of the ADM that West-MEC has. So it's an interesting approach, and the highest amount of selection is 15, even for those large districts that Mr. Williams was talking about. And so the scope can expand if there's lots of issues, but just to give you a little general idea. So I want to kind of go through how West-MEC did. There's always room for improvement in everything that any of us do. No one is perfect, me definitely. So that is one thing. Training is every single day. I have had a lot of joy working with everybody at West-MEC and learning not only a lot from them, but then being able to share my experiences with them as well too. In the short time that I've been working with West-MEC, the growth has just been unbelievable. I'm like a proud parent. So areas that I wanted to mention that are of great excitement. The payroll department, through all of the transactions that they look at, and they look at contracts, timesheets, personnel action request forms, the processes and internal controls for processing payroll. They did not find any exceptions at all with any of the processes or expenses that were being done. So that was wonderful. On cash and revenue, so these are the names of the actual categories. The district was extremely sufficient in maintaining controls over cash transactions. As some of you may know or may not know, West-MEC deals with a large amount of miscellaneous revenue from the outside. Registration, tuition, CTSO, enterprise funds, their gifts and donations, tax credit, that is cash. And so the district was able to show that they maintained strong internal controls over that. The IT department has a very strong security framework for ensuring that the district is not hacked, and also has a great recovery program. In fact, George and his team should be commended because the trust actually mimics what West-MEC does to share with other districts. Student information systems, ADM, SIS, all kinds of acronyms. There were no significant exceptions at all and a huge reduction in exceptions. I have yet to find a district in my exposure, my experience, that has had a finding of 0 in ADM, because you're dealing with all kinds of transactions out there. So the ladies at the schools, at the campuses, and in ADM need to be commended for this as well too. Along with the governing board, maintaining and ensuring that everything is held within the requirements, that those are followed as well. Records management, so this is record retention and keeping documents the way that they need to be retained and stored and secured. And then long-term debt, so the district is compliant with all of the bond covenants that they have.
A quick question.
Yes.
Just with retention policy for email and documents, do you know what the statutory requirement is for emails for the state? And do we follow that? Or is it a West-MEC? Do we supersede that? And also with regard to documents?
So what the district is obligated to follow is the Library of Archives through the Secretary of State for Arizona.
Right.
And the federal government can set it at one level and the state can make it more strict, which often happens. They just can't make it more lenient than the federal level. And so that record retention is managed with Georgia and their IT department to ensure, and it has the statements, that this is confidential information as well too.
Do you know the number of years though?
So it would be 4 fiscal years plus the year that you're in, which is 5.
Okay.
Unless you know that there's a pending investigation, and then it has to stay maintained and retrievable, however you're able to retrieve it, until that investigation is over.
So that's with all email documents. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
What about FAFSA documents, because that would fall under banking regulations, that's usually 7 years. Do we have to hold those longer?
We do, because those are a subset of it, yes.
And so
Because
would
we
all
have to
the
comply
emails
with
and
the state
everything-
and the federal, right?
And so all those emails for FAFSA would all reply?
Correct. Yep. So areas that I'm excited to help the district work with and let you know what the status is based on the findings that you have a copy of is monthly reconciliation, like I mentioned, was not done on a timely basis. So there are great improvements that they're being done within the first 10 days of the month even with the external bank accounts. Journal entries, so if we ever need to reclassify the coding of an expense after it happened, previously, those journal entries were being done in isolation. We now have the mandatory 2 sets of eyes looking at those. I make mistakes every day, you know. I don't like to admit it, but I'm human and I make mistakes. So I appreciate that second set of eyes. Capital asset reconciliation is being done on a monthly basis as vouchers are being imported. Supporting documentation for our expenditures. In the past, the district was not receiving all of the documentation from vendors to be able to make the payments. It would be like an email, that type of a thing. Those have been tightened up significantly. Advice of encumbrance. So this is a document that the district is required to submit to the county school superintendent 18 days after the 1st of July. Not July 18th though. Just letting the county know how much more you're gonna be spending in the encumbrance period. That is a question on the audit. That was not done, so that will be addressed when that time comes up, along with validating the amounts between the AFR and the expenditure budget. Well, you know, we had to do 915s and revise those, so we weren't able to get that squeezed in based with the timing of the audit as well. They did find issues where some employees had access to software that wasn't necessarily within their scope of their job. The look of the user access has been reviewed as well too. And then also I thought of you, Dr. Pingarelli, when I saw this, the public notification. So there was a shortcoming that the public notice was posted after the board meeting instead of before. So that will be addressed as well too when the time is right. So I do want to thank everybody, including everybody in the district as well, and thanking them for all the help and the quick jumping that they did to get everything to the auditors and all the hard work that they do.
Thank you very much. Very good. Members, any questions? Yes, Mr. Miclarino.
Question, but having done Tracy's job for so many years, for the couple of new board members and maybe some people, when the auditors come, all you hear is, the auditors are here, it's like a big cloud.
It's like watching the IRS walk in, right?
Number one. Number two, it's the auditor's job to find fault. They're here to find it. That's not a bad thing, that's a good thing. The amount of things they found in this report are really minuscule. There's one or two that cause me concern, but they've been taken care of. That's why I'm so impressed and glad that we have you on board. But, you know, the audit's an important thing, and even though the business department is usually, over here, I understand that, you know, you guys have really pitched in. It's become part of the integral part of West-MEC, and I love seeing that. And thanks for the job you're doing and for the staff.
Thank you, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's nice to have a new set of eyes.
Yeah.
I would just echo, auditors, they're here to prove their existence, and if they don't find anything wrong, they're not proving their existence, so.
I've had real estate offices for a long time, it's the same thing, the auditor's coming.
The auditor's coming.
And don't say anything in the elevator with the auditor, it will just not a good thing.
To gain favor.
But thank you, I had some
Thank you.
questions, but I'll send you an email, they weren't significant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So moving on, item 13 is we have a compensation and benefit study discussion. I believe all members received I think it's 33 or 34 page presentation, and Dr. Erb is up along with Ms. Karen Smith from the consulting firm of Yeah, no, I have my
We
computer.
need to approve the audit.
Oh, we didn't approve the audit. Oh, so going back. So let's go. So I need a motion. Let's go. Thank you, Frank.
Oh, thank Mr. Miclarino, but I would be happy to make a motion to approve the audit that was presented.
And I also need a second.
Mr. Miglerino.
Mr. Miglerino, okay. All those members in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? So moved. I'm aye.
Roll call.
Oh, we need a roll call? Okay, go ahead. Ms.
Ms. Boozma?
Bosom.
Boozum, thank you.
Yes or no?
Yes, oh, yes. Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Yay.
Mr. Miglerino?
Yes.
Mr. Ramez?
Yes.
Ms. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Streka?
Yes.
And Dr. Pinkerelli?
Yes,
Thank you.
okay. So motion carries unanimously. So now to item 13. Sorry about that. Not enough sleep. Item 13, compensation and benefit study discussion. And this is a discussion, Dr. Erb, and along with Ms. Smith from Heinfeld Meach. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Pingerelli, board member, Superintendent Spurgeon. For the new board members, just a little bit of background information. In this position, we've done this previously by the Human Resource Department, collecting the data from all of the different member districts. A year ago, we sat and had a lengthy discussion, and the board recommended that we hire a firm to go out and do the study so that they could reach maybe some of the districts that I couldn't reach and we couldn't get information from. So that's why tonight your presentation by Karen Smith will have new districts that we've never compared before. In here, we gave her some of the scope of work that we want her to do. We gave her the districts we'd like her to reach out to. We weren't successful, they weren't successful. Administration wasn't successful. We were trying to the last day to try and get information from Tolleson. Dr. Spurgeon reached out, everybody in the organization reached out. They decided that they didn't want to share their data with us. But we've reached out to Chandler, Phoenix Union, which we hadn't looked at before. So all of that was compiled. You can see your report has about 32 pages of information that Karen has organized with her department. We provided some of the background information on salaries from West-MEC and then made some corrections after she sent information to us. We finished the report a week ago on Tuesday. So we wish we could have got it to you earlier, but that's when it was completed, when all the data was organized and put together, and right at the last, we got a little bit from Freya, and so we were able to include some of that information in there. So if there's questions from the district that you may have for me, I'll answer them, but I'm gonna turn this over to Karen. Her staff and she organized this, reached out to the member districts, and can answer any questions that the board has. So with that, Karen.
Okay, thank you. Well, good evening, members of the governing board. Coming from an audit firm, I do need to do a little joke about following up the fun jokes about auditors and the role they have, but I'm a consultant, I'm not an auditor, so I'm here in my consulting capacity, but do very much appreciate the great position that the district is in with their audit. So this evening, I'm here to share with you some information that we pulled together on behalf of the district regarding its compensation structure, its compensation components, and how that compares to both your neighboring districts as well as many of those member districts that you participate with. So this evening's presentation is a bit of an executive summary of the full report, so I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but I have a bit of an overview to start to give you a bit of a perspective of what all was included in the report itself. So as Mr. Erb mentioned, our scope was to look at compensation as it relates to both non-instructional positions as well as instructional positions. So when we looked at our non-instructional positions, consider those basically anything other than that direct staff that is instructing the students on a day-to-day basis. So we looked at both exempt and non-exempt staff. We looked at the wage placement. We looked at how the other entities place their employees on the salary schedule. We looked at what the actual rate was as well as what the entry from a marketing perspective, because we wanted to consider from a marketing perspective, how do you compare to your peers and some of those entities that you might compete with when it comes to employees. For our instructional staff, we also looked at the entry and the actual, because actual can be different than what the published rate is as far as from a job description perspective. And something very specific for your instructional staff was the number of days in which your staff work, because that looks very different than your member districts who are on a more traditional 180-day school calendar. So we incorporated that into our analysis as well. And then from a benefit review perspective, while we did not examine the entire benefit plan as far as what's your deduction, what's your copay, how much do you pay for prescriptions, things like that, what we did look at is what does the district pay into for health insurance for its employees? And if I'm covering my spouse or my family, what is the cost to me? Because that becomes a recruitment perspective as well. Because if somebody's looking for covering their family, they may very well compare, well, I might make a little bit more in wages here, but I gotta pay a whole lot more for health insurance. And health insurance, as we all know, is a very critical component when it comes to recruitment and retention of our employees. So how we went about gathering this information, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about who we gathered the information from. We identified first the different employee groups within the district. So with Jack's team, we were able to identify all of the different positions that the district employs, and we kind of broke those up, and when looking at the member districts, we tried to crosswalk those positions over, because with a CTED like West-MEC, your positions might be called something different than in a traditional K-12 district. So we wanted to map out what those positions would look like, even if the job description wasn't 100% the same, but generally speaking, what are those job duties in other districts? So we identified those different employee groups, those different positions. We then built a data collection sheet, and all of this information was self-reported by our other comparison entities. We asked them to provide information about their compensation, their work calendars, how they place employees. So when employees come to work for whether it be West-MEC or the other entities, when somebody walks through the door, how are you placing them on the salary schedule? Because that somewhat directs for the long term how they're going to be placed when it comes to pay. And then, as I mentioned, we looked at that employee as well as employer paid benefit package, because that again is a strong recruitment tool. When we looked at the entities, because you do span so far, I was just whispering to Jack that I was doing a little recruitment on my own this weekend. I got a sophomore going to be a junior and is interested in he wants to become an aeronautics plane technician. So he's looking. So when you look at your comparison entities, we looked at, of course, your member districts for those who are able to provide information, but we stretched that a little bit further, because we also recognize that you're not just looking at other K-12 teachers, you're looking at industry. We also looked at neighboring cities. So we looked to see, from a non-instructional perspective, some of those cities that might have like positions, because knowing where you are in the West Valley in a very fast-growing area, what are some of those different city components when it comes to compensation as well? So who we received information from. So when we look at the entities that we asked for information, some of these may look like, okay, they're not next door to us, but they are similar structures in the sense of a CTED. So while you're not necessarily competing with Pima County JTED, it is important to kind of look at from a marketing perspective, how do you compare to other CTEDs? So we did receive information from Pima County. We received information from Mountain Institute, which is obviously a much smaller CTED program. And we did receive some information from EVIT, granted across town, but very similar programming, if you will. And then you can see the number of school districts that we received information: Chandler, Deer Valley, Glendale Union, Paradise Valley, Peoria Unified, Phoenix Union, and literally about the 9th hour, we received some information from Agua Fria that we were able to incorporate into the analysis as well. And then for those non-instructional positions, we were able to identify data from the City of Surprise as well as the City of Peoria. Outside of these comparison governmental entities, we were also able to receive some industry data from the group here who was able to provide some of that information that's included in the report as well, and I'll speak to that in just a moment. So based off of this information, we grouped those positions as non-instructional and instructional. And once we combined all of the information, you'll see in your report there's a lot more information. We talk about work calendar days, we talk about the entry rate of pay, we talk about the actual rate of pay. And we looked at 2 years worth of data as well, because we thought it was important to look at 2022 as well as 2023 to see what trend we were going on. Are we keeping up with the trend? Are we dipping off of the trend? So when we looked at the 22 data, we found that in the non-instructional positions, which there were about 40, just shy, I think there was actually 39, but just about 40 positions. And of those, 15 positions in the 2022 year were at least 10% or more less than the actual hourly rate or the actual wage earned from other K-12 and other industry entities. Moving into 2023, that number increased to 19 positions. So we found that that number was basically increasing as far as where we are separating ourselves in a negative perspective, where we're losing ground in staying competitive to our peers and our neighboring areas. Of those positions, we also found that of the positions, 8 of them had work calendars that exceeded what West-MEC has. And you'll see in a second when I talk about the certified, we actually stripped out the work calendar and looked at a day-to-day comparison. But when we looked at the non-instructional, because you have some that are on more of a school year calendar versus many more that are on a 12-month calendar, we wanted to look at those that actually had a work calendar variance. And that comes into play for both the non-instructional, and in a moment I'll speak about the instructional area, because if it is an hourly position, as an example, and positions, so if only 8 have work calendar days of more than the peer, then that means that 31 of those positions could potentially go work somewhere else, work more days, and earn more pay at the same time. So it's important to kind of look at both aspects of that. And as I mentioned, from 2022 to 2023, we lost ground in the
Ms.
number of positions that we were
You do have a question from
Yes, I'm sorry.
Ms. Bosom.
Awesome.
With that 10% less, how much money does that amount to?
Dollars, I would have to calculate the actual dollar amount, because each position, you might have an hourly position that's making $18 an hour, an exempt position that's making $75,000 a year. So we would have to look at each individually, and we didn't calculate it down to what would cost for you to catch up with that, but we can certainly help the district calculate that, yes. Because we've identified by position in the report. When you look at the report, you'll see by position, what percentage. So if we back out that, and we say, okay, so if there's, let's just say 15% differential, and we have 2 positions at $22 an hour, and we need to increase that by 10%, what would that cost the district? So we could easily get to that number for you. I don't necessarily have that right here with me, but it's something we could definitely help the district provide. On the instructional side, so when we're looking at our teaching staff, so as I mentioned before, we looked at work calendar days for our non-instructional staff, but when it came to the instructional staff, we felt it was important to recognize the fact that West-MEC's teacher schedule looks different than your K-12. So most K-12 teachers, on average, you would say if you have a 180-day school year, you probably work about 185 to 188 days between PD days, back to school days, wrap-up days at the end of the year. Well, with the structure of the West-MEC programs, your teachers are automatically working 20 more days. So we're 20 days above that. So if we looked at just salary to salary, we wouldn't be comparing apples to apples, because right away we've got to say, okay, is that, what percentage of additional time is that? So 20 days over 180 days, you're looking at, 11 or so percent
Ms.
more
Smith,
time.
you have a question.
So on that, I wish Mr. K was here, because he would dispute that, because as a teacher in Peoria, he's
I agree.
he teaches CTE programs, and he is on the road with his students most of June and July going to conferences. So when we say 20 days, is that CTE teachers or non-CTE traditional teachers?
This is the contract that the teacher is employed for their base pay. So if a a member district has their staff working extra duty, so working into the summer, they typically receive a stipend for that extra time. Now, do teachers work more than 180 days? No one would dispute the fact that they work more than 180 days. And I have teachers in my family that they would knock me off of the podium for saying that. But what we're looking at is from your contract perspective. So if a teaching contract in, let's just say, Deer Valley, I'll pick out Deer Valley here. So if Deer Valley says you're on a teaching contract for 186 days, right away the West-MEC teaching contract is more days. So typically when our instructional staff are working beyond those contract days, some will, as an exempt employee, some will give their time back to the students because of their commitment to education. But oftentimes the school district will provide additional compensation. Does that equate to the same wage that they're earning during the year? Not necessarily. It might be a $20 an hour rate or a flat rate per day. So what we compared is the contracted amount for that base pay comparison. So we were looking at base pay to base pay. And from a base pay perspective, the member districts or the comparison CTEDs have that more defined work calendar. So we started with that. So based off of that, what we did is we asked the school districts, based off of this base pay, how many days is that based off of? So that way we could determine what is a daily rate, so we could compare that to the district's daily rate. And when we looked at that, we grouped the teachers into the program of study areas. And for the member districts, we were able to identify for those member districts that offered similar course areas, so we could compare those course areas as well as looking at your traditional K-12 teachers in those member districts. And then of course for Pima County, JTED, and Mountain Institute CTED, the subject areas that they offer as well. So in 2022, we found that 4 of those program areas were at least 5% less than the and I correct myself, that should say average daily rate in 2022. I'm just seeing the screen right here. That should say average daily rate. And in 2023, 6 areas were then further behind in 2023. So similar to what we saw in the non-instructional areas, where we were 15 positions behind in 2022, grew to 19 positions in the instructional area. From the content areas, we went from 4 to 6 positions, being basically losing ground from a competitive perspective. When we look at benefits, and I realize the slide's a little small in the report itself, you can see the table here. But what we wanted to look at is, one, on the top part of the schedule, what this is looking at is what the employee cost is. For us as an employer to provide that to our employees. So if we as an employer are having to pay more for benefits, then that means there's that much less available for compensation. So we are paying more when it comes to the amount that our health insurance plan costs the employer to provide for our employees. And that was across all employee groups. And then the lower part, where you see the 2 different types of plans between a more traditional PPO or a high deductible plan, we also saw that our employees are paying more. And again, this was based off of the data for FY23. So any plan design changes or any changes in the overall infrastructure of your benefit program moving forward would not be reflected in this, because we asked our entities to provide information based off of our 2023 benefit program. So in looking at this, a couple of things to consider. So all of the information I was sharing with you was about other school districts. But as we know, we're not just competing with other school districts. We're competing with industry, which looks very, very different than Deer Valley School District or Phoenix Union School District, who is looking at hiring K-12 teachers. So when we're looking at not just teaching staff, but industry work structure looks different. Many of the areas in which West-MEC employs its teaching staff, if you were to go out into the private industry, many of those positions are what the Fair Labor Standards Board considers a non-exempt position. Meaning that, for example, a nursing position, that nursing position would be non-exempt. So if they work holidays, if they work overtime, if they work weekends, there's the opportunity to earn more compensation. Whereas an exempt employee under the same Fair Labor Standards Act, As a teacher, you're automatically considered as an exempt employee. So we have to consider that from our recruitment and our marketing perspective, where some of these positions over on the industry side of the equation could very well have opportunities to earn time and a half. I have a nephew who's an EMT, and he's working in the ER, so he's able to earn that time and a half, whereas if he was in a classroom teaching, he may not have that same opportunity to earn those wages. So we have to stay competitive for that perspective. And as I mentioned earlier, when you look at that base work calendar, not necessarily the extra pay time, but that base work calendar, there's an inherent difference between your peer districts or your member districts from West-MEC itself. And then the last component to consider is when we are looking at some of these positions, you may not see every single one of those instructional positions at every single one of your member districts. Obviously, the nature of West-MEC is some of your programs are only offered on your central campus. So we may not have as much of a comparison perspective. So in some cases, we might be looking at the average of one, which then can also throw off totals as well when we're considering what those averages might be made up of, where with a bus driver, if we were to look at bus drivers across K-12, we'd have a lot of bus drivers to compare to. But if you're looking at an avionics instructor, we don't have as many avionic instructors to compare to. So that's just something also to take into consideration. So when looking at education, air quotes, we really have to take a step back and say, well, where else do we have avionics beyond K-12? And that has to be brought into our consideration when considering compensation as well. So I'll answer any additional questions that the board may have at this point. I appreciate the couple of questions that came during the presentation.
Ms. Smith, thank you. I'd like to open it up to the board for questions. I have a number of comments and questions, but I'll let other members go first.
I think one of the ones, I had talked last year about, and I didn't see it mentioned, is as a school district employee, there's a pension. In the private sector, there isn't a pension. And the pension grows as you get a raise. So how do we calculate that? Because I talked to my financial advisor about it, and he said it's roughly worth 40% of your base pay. Based on what you've seen with pensions, what would you say a pension is worth base pay comparing to private industry where there isn't one?
So I'll tell you, coming out of K-12, because I worked for a school district before I came to Heinfeld-Meach, so I can compare just personally coming out of the Arizona State retirement system and going into the private sector. It depends on how long you're in the public sector. So if you're in the public sector for 3 years, you may not be vested. And when you joined, so Arizona State Retirement has also changed its rules over the years. So when I joined back in 1998 is very different than a teacher joining last year. So if you joined last year, what the value of your pension is going to be very different than somebody who joined the system early on. As far as what the value of that is, some of that comes into vesting compensation as far as if you are considered vested, when you actually would be able to draw upon that compensation.
Just consider 5 years at each. What would the difference?
I'd have to evaluate that further to tell you like a percentage basis, because it's gonna also vary based off of age and what I put into my private investment versus what the state puts in. I will tell you that the school district contributes approximately 12% of all wages towards that pension. That doesn't mean that that 12% is gonna get paid out, because you could be paying 12% in for an employee for the first 4 years. They exit out of the state retirement system and they never receive that. So it's not a 1-for-1 where you can say that that 12% that the district pays in goes directly into that individual's. It goes into, because it's a group benefit plan, so whether it's me or somebody else who's going to eventually draw from that retirement, what every school district and every city and every community college and the universities are paying into that is going to drive what the value of that pension is. And the calculation of that also differs based off of when you joined. So in the old days, we used to say it was 80 points, the average of your top 3 over the last 10, that looks very different for people who joined more recently. So I don't know if you could come up with one percentage that covers all of your employees.
And I think for the CTEDs, because they're industry-driven fields, it's dynamic, because Palo Verde APS pension would be way different than a defense contractor at Luke Air Force Base, or way different than TSMC, way different than Intel. way different from state government, which is different than, like, let's say the city of Phoenix, who's a different retirement plan than the state. They're
Or
not-
coming out of the military.
Or
if you
come out of the
would.
military,
Mhm.
so like the state, the ASRS is 12% off your paycheck regardless, you don't even see it. It gets taken out and that, you don't get it till you retire, if you retire. Whereas if you were a defense contractor for DOD, that money is given to you without paying into it. It's kind of like a military retirement. If you're at APS, it's a very, very, very small retirement pension compared to what it used to be in the 80s. They got rid of that in the 2000s. Now it's almost nothing, but they do the 401k match. If you go to Amazon, they do shares. So you don't get raises, you get shares, until you get promoted to another position. So it.
And public safety is a whole nother
Oh,
animal in itself.
These
So
are
public
high
safety
up.
is completely different.
So to Mr. Garcia's point, some of these comparisons are exceedingly difficult to make.
Yeah, so we looked at just wage to wage. We tried to look at pay to pay, not look at 10 years down the road or 15 years down the road. When somebody's looking at what am I gonna make right here, right now to pay my mortgage, to pay my car bills, what is my paycheck gonna look like when it comes to that take-home pay or that contract that you have with the employee here and now?
Members, other questions? Okay, yes.
Oh, no, just, well, first of all, thank you for preparing this report because as we've already discussed, salaries and benefits is a very complex topic. So any additional information that you can share with us, we can make a much better educated decision on all this. I was looking at some of these tables, and would you say that you found at like looking at each position individually, did you find that there were some large variances between positions in terms of what West-MEC is paying compared to other organizations for that same
Yes.
position?
Yes.
Yeah, so you'll see that when you look at the tables, for example, if you jump right ahead to page 25 as an example. So if you're looking at the report itself, page 25 looks at the non-instructional compensation for current fiscal year. So if your eyes just travel down that last column,
Yeah.
that is how you compare to the actual pay of other school districts. So if you look at right away, if you just start eyeballing, where are those high negatives? So if you look at those high negatives, you have positions that are 20, 35%, I need my glasses, 40% lower than what the comparisons are. So when this data is provided to West-MEC, then drilling down to that to say, okay, so what is that made up of? And maybe the first step is let's drill down further to see, okay, what are those job duties differential? And are we looking at same job duties? We did, as you'll see in some areas where the positions might sound a little bit different than what you see on your organizational chart because we wanted to try to match like positions. But I'll tell you, even just looking from Chandler Unified to Phoenix Union, two jobs might be called the same, but the underlying duties might look a little bit different. And that's why you'll also see earlier in the report, when you go back, if you backtrack to page 19 and 20, we also wanted to look at, for many of those non-instructional positions, in the situations where one school district may classify that as a non-exempt position versus where West-MEC considers that an exempt position. That in itself is a hint that maybe we need to look at those job duties a little bit differently. Because FLSA is pretty specific on what type of job duties would qualify from being an exempt, meaning you're not subject to overtime, versus non-exempt that you are eligible for overtime. So when you look at that, that would be something to kind of drill down a little bit further to say, okay, so we might call them the same, but is there something different in the nature of the duties? And then from there, look at, okay, if there is a 50% differential, jump back here and say, okay, but that's an hourly position over here versus a salaried, an exempt position. So what we did do is, regardless of if a position was exempt versus non-exempt, we annualized that So if it was annualized for the district, we annualized the comparison. If it was hourly for the district, we compared hourly. So we wanted to try to make it somewhat apples to apples, but with any two entities, whether you're talking about one audit firm to the next, job duties, as we all know, in our world is going to look a bit different. So we wanted to at least kind of surface to the top, like if you sift it out, like what of the commonalities stick together there.
And in those variances, I imagine those considerations were taken into mind, like the work days and the duties and all that.
Yes, and that's why we also presented the number of workdays. So if it's an annualized position and over here it's 180 days, but over here it's 220 days, we want to consider that in conjunction with each other. So all of the data that we've collected is basically kind of pumped into here so that the district has as much information as available to the district in making some of those compensation decisions, recommendations, and considering long-term as far as how you can stay marketable to industry and K-12, because we know that K-12 is struggling, but so is industry. You'll hear every day, if you ask any educator, there's not enough teachers. But if you go out to nursing, there's not enough nurses. You go out to police and fire, there's not enough. So how do we put ourselves ahead of others so that we can recruit the best and keep it for all the programs that we're trying to recruit students for that I heard about earlier this evening?
Yeah. You also compare, like my wife works for Paradise Valley. When she was an 11-month employee, she didn't get vacation. She moved to a 12-month position, and now she gets 4 weeks of vacation a year.
So we looked at, as part of some of the subset data, yes, so we looked at.
And you factor that into the work days and everything.
So we tried to strip it down to like, what are those paid days? But then there is a benefit package associated with that. So if you go from 11 to 12 month, you're absolutely correct that typically in a school district environment, that activates vacation time, whether that be 10, 15, 20, 25 days, that will differ based off the school district as well.
So I have a number of questions. Actually, I want to thank you again for the report. I don't know if you have the report in front of you. Okay, so I kind of want to start. So first of all, just a general comment and agreement, so we're on the same page. You would agree that school financing, particularly in Arizona, is a very complex process? Okay.
I've been in school education since
Okay.
earlier than I want to admit, so.
And so, and as you may or may not be aware that we have a number of new board members here, Mr. Garcia and Ms. Bosom, who are learning the ropes and learning campaign finance. So I want to go to your introduction and get a little bit of clarification. So kind of dovetail off to the tables, and then I want to kind of swing back to table H and then go back to non-instructional. So on the first chart, and I believe it's page 4, you describe that chart.
The per pupil funding?
Yes, but that's not per pupil funding. That's base level.
Base support level. This is base support level.
But you describe it as per pupil funding.
It's weighted based off of the average
Right.
daily membership.
But what you're describing in that table is base level and not a chronology of per pupil funding. Is that correct?
That is a correct statement, however, it all
So,
goes back to that
so
base
you can
support
see
level.
where a new board member or anyone would misconstrue that. Wouldn't you agree?
What is the difference?
So the base support level is where we start in our Arizona school funding formula. So if you have a student, so I'll use a kindergarten student. So we start with that base support level. That base support level is then weighted based off of the student average daily membership. That average daily membership is based off of the number of instructional days in which the student is a member of the district over the first 100 days. So if the student is a member for the first 50 days, it's 50% of that. Kindergarten, cut that even further in half because Arizona only funds 50% of kindergarten. When you get to different grade levels, so at the 1st through 8th grade, that is then weighted at 1.158. At the high school level, that's weighted at 1.268, and then you have a CTED weight. So our student weights, it's essentially a multiplication on that amount, but that's where we start. When you hear about what the legislature is fighting over, 2% increase, 5% increase, whether or not over all those years that there were no increase, it starts at that base support level. And then based off of the membership that you have, that's multiplied based off of the weights of the student. Similarly, if you have a special needs student who is in a self-contained classroom, that student is gonna have additional weights added on to their funding based off of their need. But it all starts at that base support level, and I'll agree with you that that would be more properly defined as the base support level on a
So because
student
the
basis.
per pupil funding level, the numbers would look extensively different,
They would be higher because they're
much
weighted.
higher.
Yes.
Particularly through the chronology. So you can see that a new board member would be totally confused by that.
But I would say that if in 2012, if the base support level was 3,800 and the base support level in 2023 was 4,775, the proportionate amount was still that much less in 2012 compared to 2023.
Okay, thank you, but let's move on. So the chart on page 6, you compare CTED, and we know CTEDs, we can bond. In fact, we had a bond meeting yesterday. It was very interesting, very dynamic, and I had to do it remotely. But CTEDs, we don't do overrides.
That's correct.
And the legislature never contemplated that. So I'm trying to understand in the narrative you're providing in the introduction, what is the point you're trying to make?
So what I'm pointing out here is your K-12 peer districts have the option to override. And if they have the option to override, they have that much more funding available for compensation. So the fact that you cannot ask your voters to approve an override, but Deer Valley can. So Deer Valley can increase their funding level by 15%. And when you look at your maintenance and operation funding, when so much of that is spent on salaries and benefits, that means that Deer Valley, beyond what's on that base support level, has that much more available for compensation.
So are you advocating that the legislature change that?
I don't know if I'm advocating the legislature change that. I would say anything that puts more money into K-12, I'm in support of. What I'm pointing out here is the fact that when comparing.
We're at a disadvantage is what you're pointing out.
What's that?
We're at a disadvantage is what you're pointing out.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you have less funding at your fingertips. So the fact that you have to stay even that much more competitive and focus your dollars that much more on compensation because you don't have as much available for compensation.
Okay.
So when a K-12 traditional school district can pass an override, can pass a capital override to push more money into its operations, you don't have that option available to you.
Okay.
You also had the desegregation funding in there.
I did, and that's another variable.
My understanding is that's going away in 2028. Or it's expiring and it has to be reauthorized.
It's expiring.
It's expiring, I believe it's expired several times in the last 40+ years.
So is it so again, we're at a disadvantage because we don't have desegregation funding and Phoenix Union does, and I think that was the only one.
And when you look at the dollars available,
Yeah.
big
Phoenix Union
dollars.
had a bunch, that number's gone down, Phoenix Union used to have 88 million.
So
They were frozen at 55.
So I just want to continue on. One more comment about the introduction is on page 7. I think it's the third paragraph on page 7. The report states there is no additional funds allocated for compensation increase for other employee groups. You got that, okay? And again, to the benefit of our new members, I find that statement wholly inaccurate because during that period that you describe, the state has increased the funding for school by the inflationary amount each year. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars in aggregate. The state increased during that same period additional assistant amounts, and these were unrestricted amounts and can be used for any purpose. And finally, since we're going to have a discussion soon on Prop 301, the 301 sales tax dollars have been exploding during that period, and the legislature, they, as you know, probably statutorily reauthorized the funds. So this has been impressive growth in K-12 funding. And you can see, for the benefit of our new members, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Bosom, that this is not, in my view, an accurate statement. And I would like your comment.
I would love to share where I was coming from with this. So let me share with you where I was coming from in these statements here. So in that third paragraph where we talk about the pledge to increase teacher pay. As you are aware, when the legislature increased the funding, the base support level for teacher pay, the calculation was based off of what the average teacher pay, which is a very narrow definition as far as what is a teacher. And that funding was not a per pupil amount that accounted for the increase for minimum wage or the increase for other compensation increases. It was given, you're correct, it was undesignated in the sense that it was pushed into the base support level and districts could decide how they were going to allocate that. The legislation said with the intent of increasing teacher pay. So the increase that came in at that time was the focus was to increase teacher pay. That was shortly after our teacher walkout in 2018. So the push was to increase funding so that we could bump up teacher pay. Many school districts said, well, I can't just bump up teacher pay. I've got to keep all of our pay competitive. So they chose to push that into all positions. In regards to Classroom Site Fund, yes, the legislature reauthorized the Classroom Site Fund in 2019. They reauthorized it so that the funding could continue because it was going to sunset in 2020, meaning that it would not continue. The original intent of that legislation was strictly limited to that strict definition of teacher. The legislature did increase or expand that, I should say, that definition, you could also use that funding for instructional support. So instructional support would be your counselors, your social workers, in your special ed environment, your speech language pathologist, occupational therapist, psychologist, but it did not include curriculum development. It did not include administration. It did not include our plant operations. It does not include our bus drivers or our transportation area. So while, yes, Classroom Site Fund has been expanded, and the number, you're absolutely correct, has skyrocketed. Back in 2008, 2009, we were at about $120 per pupil. We're currently sitting at $708 per pupil. But again, it's pumped into a specific population of employees that we have. So, and I could come in and talk school finance all day long about some of the components of school finance.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. The aim of my questioning is just that the statement stands, and that perhaps more carefully crafted introduction in such a report would be very helpful. I want to move on, and members, please no side conversations. We are in an open meeting.
I was just asking him if he needed a drink because I was going over and get one.
Okay. But that has continued repeatedly, so I want to have all members be respectful when we have an open meeting and you have two members talking to each other. The public and people can perceive that as a violation of open meeting law. And so I want to be I want members to be very careful. And you would agree with that?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. That sound is okay. So, I will recognize you, Mr. Miclerino. I'm not done. So I'd like you to give us a synopsis of Table H and the instructional. Because when I reviewed that table, and now we've had an additional person that we've hired into the biomedical, I find that it looks like we're 80% competitive in the instructional category, at least between districts. And I'd like you to comment on that, if you agree or disagree with that.
So page 8 does not have any school district
No,
information.
excuse me, table H,
H as in Henry?
Page 30, I believe.
page 30.
Yeah, so that has no school district information. That is just industry compared to West-MEC.
Okay, excuse me then, industry.
Yes. So that
So there were
is-
14 positions,
Mhm.
and we were looking at the ranges, and so maybe you can synopsize.
Yes, so this data, let me tell you a little bit about what's included in this data and some takeaways from this data. So the data presented here does not compare other school districts. So this is just strictly based off of a data set from industry that identifies based off of the reported information. So I'll just take the very first line. So when we look at automotive, which includes various collision and technician type positions, the first 3 columns are industry based off of what the very basic posted entry would be, somebody coming out potentially with the education provided here from West-MEC. What the actual average is for that industry, what the experienced average is, because with more experience typically comes more wages, and then how that compares to West-MEC's posted amount, so when you're publishing for that salary versus what you're actually paying people. So with some of these, as you noted, there are positions of 1, and then there are some that have more than 1 position in those. So that's another thing to keep in mind as well. When looking at the industry amounts, that is just straight pay that's reported from an industry perspective. That does not take into account holiday pay. That does not take into account if that nature of the position. So an automotive technician would typically be a non-exempt position, which would mean they could earn overtime if they work beyond 40 hours. So it's straight, I would call it base pay compared to base pay. So from a base pay perspective, yes, if you just look down the experience column compared to the West-MEC average column, in automotive, yes, the district is higher. In aviation, the district is lower. In biomedical science, the district is lower. At the time, the CNC precision was not hired by the district, and you can keep going down the line. So that's what data is included in this particular table.
Right, so when I count those 14 positions, initially before speaking with Dr. Erb and understanding that we at least filled one of the biomedical positions, there were 9 positions that were relatively competitive. And now we filled 1, and I believe the number that Dr. Erb gave us was, I think it was between 55 and 60 that we hired that. Yeah, Dr. Erb is nodding. So I just want to confirm that. I want to go back to and I'm going to finish, and then give Mr. Miglerino the floor. Between pages 18 and 27, and I looked at this data, and I looked at it extensively and carefully, and I noticed one thing: there are no n values. We don't know.
Is it the N of 1?
Is it n of 10? So when I look at the overall charts, and I looked at your presentation and I read your narrative, I actually agreed with it that half of our positions in the non-instructional area were competitive. Not half of them. So out of the 43, we were doing pretty good. But I have no way of gauging the data because you provide no end values.
That is correct. We did not ask the other districts, how many positions do you
So
have
the
in this area?
variances become meaningless.
Yep, and we can tell you, we have the data as far as, did Deer Valley give this number? Did Phoenix Union give this variable? So we can tell you how many districts responded. We can add that information. But under that, I don't know at each district how many positions do they have in that. But I can certainly tell you from our raw data how many entities responded with that information. So that way you know, are you comparing to 1 or are you comparing to 9 others?
And that's what's of concern. Because, I do want to get to and have, as the chair, I want obviously we paid for the report, and administration to have the best data. And when you don't have those critical numbers in the descriptive statistics, they become very difficult. And these are lessons that I teach my students when I used to teach statistics at a local university. So, Ms. Smith, thank you for indulging me.
Absolutely, I appreciate
Thank you
all
for
your
letting
input.
me poke at you a little bit. I tried to do it nicely.
You're very kind.
Okay, and Mr. Miglerino, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a million things I want to say, but I'm not going to. We could all be here till 2024 and still not digest this and compare 3-ounce shiny red apples to 3-ounce shiny red apples. I just want to say, and put it on record, I don't agree with your benevolence on the part of the Arizona legislature. I've only been here 44 years, and I think maybe if we ever went from 50 to 55, we'd have a problem. They throw money enough to get by every year. We don't do what's right for education. That's just my opinion, and I wanted it on record.
Thank you, Mr. Miglerino. Are there questions on this report? I have a question for Dr. Erb.
I just would comment, I appreciate the thoroughness of this, nothing against Dr. Erb and what we've seen in the past, but this was the most comprehensive thing that I have seen in my time on the board, and I very much appreciate and really enjoyed looking through all the tables. Dr. Erb will tell you I'm kind of a numbers geek, so I do enjoy all that stuff, and it was very, I don't want to say self-explanatory, but I got a lot of it, and so thank you.
Nice job, Karen.
I agree, I mean, this lady knows her stuff.
Yeah, she does. Oh, she's highly
You're
recognized throughout.
Thank you.
I have a question on one of your comments in West-MEC. On the posted entry, you have fives all the way down. What does that mean?
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
On page 30,
Uh-huh.
the table H, and we're looking under West-MEC in the salary range.
The posted entry, 50,000?
Is, okay, you just have five, so I didn't know if that was.
You have fives there?
Yeah, there's five all the way down.
Oh, the
No.
version I'm looking at is a 50,000 number?
No, I guess that's not.
Oh.
It didn't print right.
It didn't print right.
Oh, it didn't print.
Okay.
If you look on board book.
Okay, there must have been a PDF conversion issue, so it should say 50,000.
I
Yes.
was wondering what.
Yeah, you're like, we pay more than $5.
Yeah.
Yes, it should say 50,000. That is the posted entry rate. So if somebody is coming to check out your website as far as, okay, if I go to work for West-MEC, what's the beginning of where we're gonna start?
Yeah, one of the things that I note on here is there, a lot of these, the job titles, the 14 job titles that you've got on here are a lot of the departments that we have problems staffing. And I think we also need to take that into consideration.
Yes, absolutely. And these are, if you just think about in our own private lives, like, you know, you go to the pharmacy shut down for 3 hours because there's not enough pharmacy techs. So when you think about like where is some of the competition and where is the challenges in our day-to-day lives, you'll see a lot of those same industries, if you will, or those same content areas or discipline areas.
Thank you. Missed a dental appointment yesterday and they couldn't reschedule me till November because they have no hygienists.
Thanks.
Members, any other questions? Ms. Smith, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. I appreciate your time this evening.
And Dr. Erb, I'm set. I don't need.
Okay, I was just gonna reply Chairman or Ingarelli, Vice Chair Straka. No offense taken and no offense intended. So, she's done a great job with the information we gave her, very thorough. It gives the board an independent look that the board asked for a year ago. A lot of great questions tonight, and thank you very much for the work that you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a discussion item, and now we are going to move into agenda item. Let me make sure my bifocals are good here. Number 14, discussion and consideration of a motion, and I will remember to ask for a motion, to approve the employee compensation schedule, and I think that is Dr. Spurgeon.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, maybe I think Dr. Spurgeon's already made a motion, or made a proposition, and I'd like to make a motion just to get us started.
Very well, proceed.
First of all, I think I want to go back and.
I'll second it so we can have discussion.
And so, but what I want to do is I want to go back to context of a little bit. 2 months ago, we went into executive session, and our legal counsel gave us a 2-page memo. And on that memo, it talked about unfunded pension contribution over 30%. And there's an actuarial cost to the district. And so I tried to get some information about that. What that means is if any 1 year we give someone more than a 30% raise, ASRS will bill us for the actuarial cost of that pension increase. So I reached out to ASRS and they told me that the Auditor General handles that piece of your, and it's only issued when an employee retires. And so I was asking a little bit, well, how much is this? What does this look like? And the Auditor General informed me of a recent case that a school district issued a penalty. It was the Toltec School District. The Toltec School District is in Pinal County. They have an annual budget of $7 million. This employee retired, and their bill, because they had given over a 30% raise, was $910,000. When I went and I looked at this presentation, and based on where our salaries are, there's about 163 employees that we would be in this penalty phase. So I think we need to come back and do something a little bit lower. And so what I looked at is if we paid, and we don't know what the penalty is. The way they calculate it is, it's very complicated. They don't know till you retire. If you're just retiring as an employee, you can take a 35% payout to get some cash when you retire. If you don't do that, if you add a child, that makes the actuarial cost even higher. So when I look at that $910,000, Pinal County's a rural district, they probably pay less than West-MEC. But if we were to incur that cost for all the employees, all 163, that would be a $148 million penalty over the next several years that we would have to pay out. And it would all vary on how far out they retire, so we don't know. But with that, I think it would be in our best interest to create a raise, a flat raise that would keep us below that penalty. So what I did is, and then it gets really complicated because I'm trying to stay under the 29% that legal counsel recommended. But what I would recommend is a $5,000 employee raise across the board. Even with that, there are 21 employees that this would exceed the 29%. So out of those employees, I would recommend a lower amount for the 19 of them. We could do and I put my notes here, a $3,000 raise with no signing bonus. And then there's 2 employees that we could only do a $2,000 raise, so we wouldn't exceed the 29% and pay the penalty. The other thing that we have to consider is I'm trying to stay under that 29% so we don't have any pension penalty. This past August, we gave a group of employees a raise. So those employees, so we don't exceed the threshold, their raise should probably not take effect till September 1st of this year, so we don't hit that penalty as well. The other thing I asked the Auditor General's office was, hey, we have 10-month employees, how does that work when you go back 12 months and look for this raise? And they just directed me to their website to look, and unfortunately, you can't, I can't extract that, so I'm gonna say I don't know. But I think we're safe if we do that raise with those that I talked about. Then the other thing I would say is that would leave some capacity for a signing bonus not to exceed the 29%. We could do, with that same number, would not get employees in trouble, and $1,960 signing bonus to be split over twice a year. I would recommend we follow the same raise time that we did this past year, second pay period in August and then second pay period in January, so that we stay in the 12-month window. And then the other things that we have to watch out for is, as I look through the rules here, we can't add any new stipends to the employees. This is only for contracts that are expiring this year. We should prorate it based on the FTE rate. Some employees are 99 or 98 or 0.8, so this raise needs to be prorated to whatever the FTE rate is. And then I also did calculate, going back to the study that we looked at, I think there's 5 instructor bases that need a market adjustment that we could also slip in here and not push them over the 29%. Aviation instructors, we could make a $5,500 raise on top of the $5,000. Law and public safety, we could do $4,000. It gets them closer without, because of where they're at, they're in the $50,000 range and we have to watch everything. Nursing, I would recommend a $7,000 market adjustment on top of the $5,000. Biomed, about a $3,800, and coding instructors, a $4,200 market adjustment included with plus the $5,000. And then the next thing is, because some of our employees are overtime, HR would need to monitor overtime, because if they do more overtime this calendar year than last year, that could potentially put us in the penalty. So they should not have any more overtime next year than they do this year, and ideally in the same month.
How do you control it?
All HR has to approve all overtime, so they just look at last year versus this year, and they should be able to do that. But there's a couple other bullet points that we also need to watch out for.
Oh, Vice Chair, sorry. Do you mind going over the those increased dollar amounts on top of the 5,000, just running down the list real quick?
Yeah, so it's 5,000 plus for aviation instructors, 5,500. Law and public safety, 4,000. Nursing, 7,000. Biomed, 3,800. Coding instructors, 4,200. And the reason I did that the way I did is based on the survey that we just did. I looked at who was substantially under while trying not to, I'd love to raise them all to market, but we're gonna hit a penalty. And so that, maybe. If they stay within the state system for 5 years, we're safe. If they leave before 5 years and then take retirement, we pay a penalty sometime in the future. So it's I don't know. It's a high risk.
I'd like to put something on that. So last year, state employees got anything from a 10 to a 15% raise. And that's all the state employees that were there. Crow from ASU got a 5%, which took his budget up to $809,000 a year. Unless we know for sure there's gonna be a risk there, I'd say there's a lot of spending and a lot of people getting increases. I mean, we got way more than 100 people that got raises last year from the state. So, and some of those raises went as high as 15 to 20%.
29% is the magic number.
So we're thinking about risk. I would imagine everyone's in the same boat to some degree. But since we really don't know the exact number verbatim, You know, what exactly are we saying?
So these all keep us under that magic threshold so that we don't pay a penalty. Because that's what I'm trying to avoid, is paying a penalty. But there's two other areas that we could still end up in the penalty, and so I'm gonna so my motion also includes a couple other changes. We allow employees to sell back sick time, 10 days a year. With the raises we're doing, if certain employees sold back 10 days, that would push us back over the threshold. So my recommendation on that is we no longer buy back sick time. We only buy it back when they retire. The other one is we allow staff to carry forward 40 days of vacation year to year. That's 8 weeks. If someone leaves in June and doesn't renew their contract and we buy out 8 weeks next year, we could again be in the penalty. So I would recommend that we change 40 days to 40 hours of carry forward, so no one has more than 40 hours at the end of June of '24. And that we don't buy back any vacation time as well, for the same reason. We gotta stay out of the penalty, because some people it's not gonna be a problem, but others in the lower tier, we're setting ourselves up for a penalty at some point. And the lower tiered employees are the ones that are likely to leave in the next 5 years.
Are we at risk at all right now with a penalty before we even get started? Is there any?
We shouldn't be, because we're nowhere near a 30% raise.
We always get by with just whatever we can. Let me just say this, and I want you to finish. I seconded the motion to consider the schedule is here, not what you're putting up. You know, thank God you said an honest thing like maybe. Let me tell you why that 30% was put in there. Because a little school district like Topak might take their custodian just before he retires, they liked old Joe, and give him $20,000 raise, which means his retirement goes up forever. Now that went on for principals and everything else, but we're not doing that. The purpose for the across the board, and God forbid we'd help the person on the low end of the scale. The purpose was to bring our salaries in line with reality. Can you get every one of them right? Heck no. I said that last month. But we need to pay a competitive wage, and we need to reward the staff for the outstanding, excellent job they're doing. Not just get by with taking numbers. Mr. Strake, I've known you for what, 7, 8 years? You give him numbers and he'll have a field day trying to make something else out of them. He's absolutely wonderful at that. But the thing here was to give, and I also went on record, I am not generally for across the board raises. I'm not. But in this case, it's about time we rewarded this staff and brought people up where we can offer a competitive salary. I'm not saying we gotta beat industry, because that's the next thing somebody will say. We just need to be competitive, and the proposal that we have before us allows us to be very competitive. Reward those that have been on staff for a period of time, and to be able to attract the best and brightest. We have the money to do it. It is self-sustaining. The rationale that you're trying to bring about, scare tactic, don't work for me.
I'm just saying, if I could finish my, but
Yes,
there,
I'm sorry.
it's not a scare tactic. It is a fact that 163 employees will hit the threshold. That is just based on how it's presented. If we go with could hit the threshold. If we assume the regular turnover of 4%, you're still looking at roughly $20 million in penalties.
If they decide to do that.
If who decides to do that?
The retirement system.
Well, the Auditor General, that's part of their process when you retire.
Yeah.
And
But they know why the law was enacted and what it was for.
I'm just saying, I think it's I am following, we got legal counsel advice to stay under that number. And this proposal keeps us under that number so that we don't get in trouble. I feel that's what I'm trying to accomplish. If you don't agree, that's fine. And the last thing was, this also allows for Prop 301 funds because some instructors are new this year, they won't get a Prop 301 bonus. Next year, it allows for them to get that Prop 301 bonus and not get hit with a penalty. So all of those are things that allow us to do the flat rate across the board that you are wanting and follow legal counsel's advice. I could add some parts about a signing bonus, or we can do that as a separate piece, whichever.
Well, just clarification, are you making a motion for what's on item 14? Or are you making your own motion?
I'm making a motion on 14.
On what you just said.
On what I said to substitute.
I'm not seconding on that.
Okay, so hold on, let me clarify, Mr. Straka, so first of all, Mr. Miglerino, you're withdrawing your motion, correct? Your second, okay. So I want to get that clarified. And Mr. Straka, please make your motion and we'll see if we can get a second.
Okay.
Dr. Pingarelli, can I make a clarification?
Yes.
On some of the motion Mr. Straka made, just for clarification. Number one, so don't get offended, so.
Go ahead.
State retirement, this part of this discussion for salaries has nothing to do with sick leave or with vacation leave. So it's not even an agenda item, so point of order, we're out making that motion. But secondly, that doesn't go against state retirement, has nothing to do with the penalty. That's not taken into consideration for state retirement. It's outside of.
But if we pay out, it's a compensation item that if we pay, doesn't that go into
No.
the?
It's not contributing.
It's not contributing to the state retirement system. So that's just a point of clarification there. That doesn't have an impact. If we want to change that, that should be an agenda item for a future meeting. And then we'd probably have to consider the current employees that are under that policy. If we're going to change a policy, we usually grandfather employees in that have been under that policy instead of penalizing those that have been working here for numerous years. So that's the only clarification in that.
Thank you, Dr. Earp.
So I would withdraw those 2 points. But overtime, you would agree overtime should still be monitored so we don't get to a 30%?
So restate your motion,
I would do a flat across the board, 5,000 for all employees. That allows us to stay under the 29%. Except for the employees that were, do you have a question?
Chairman,
Yes,
really,
yes.
would it be possible for Tracy, because it's been a while since we've talked about the 29% threshold, because as you describe it, it's not the way I remember it. So is there someone that
It's.
Tracy or Karen, it could,
It's the email that came from legal counsel.
we didn't calculate
29.99%.
that way.
I remember her
okay,
saying these numbers were okay, our attorney.
I just don't remember calculating it that way for Chairman Pingarelli. Just for clarification purposes of how that works, since it's been new to me.
Here, I have the 2 emails that she sent us.
and these were in executive session, correct?
These were in executive session and distributed to the board, but she says, first of all, I may confuse you a bit when I used exceeds 29%. The definition of tip is rounding off 29%. The real actual statutory limit is 30% or more. But she recommended 29%, I believe, because you don't want to go right to the minimum, because if you do a slight math error, then you're over the top.
Are the 162 based on a 1-year increase or the 3 to 5 years?
A 1-year increase.
But isn't it calculated over 3 years for a certain period of, or a certain group of of teachers? And then 5 years over a grandfathered?
It's over 12 months. And what I asked them was, well, if I calculate the 12 months and they had a raise July 1st of '22 and a raise of July 1st, '23, and they're a 10-month or 11-month employee, does the 12 months go back and count both? And they directed me to their website because they didn't know. And so I'm going to say it could, but we don't know. So I would say at least a 1-year raise. I wouldn't want to go 2 years because that would make these numbers go down further.
I just thought it was 3 years for a certain group of employees,
Well, they go
and then
over.
5 years.
They calculate
back.
your pension based on 3 or 5 years, depending on how you have been there. But the penalty is based on 12 months. Is there an increment over the 30%? And that's where you end up in the penalty phase.
Let me have the chair recognize Ms. Rockwell.
Thank you. So I know that some of this did come out over the past probably 10 to 15 years ago with school districts, and it goes back to what Mr. Migliarino was referring to. Back in the good old days, it was very true. And salaries would be falsely inflated for the last 3 years of particular positions for the sheer benefit of their state retirement. And as Ms. Smith referred to, if you are fortunate enough to have joined state retirement after
Well, 1984, so 84 your leave, prior to 84 your leave applies, after 84 your leave does not apply.
Correct. And you're also up to 85%, and that 3-year average does not pertain in the same way. So the 29%, I will tell you, in my 30 plus years of experience, I've not ever had a discussion like this or it ever be a concern either.
So this Toltec penalty was within the last few years.
And I'd have to look at those,
Yeah.
that reference to that penalty.
So
So
without having seen that, I would intend to believe that there's more behind it than just a compensation increase. But I would need to look more into it.
but you can't confirm that right now.
No.
Okay. So, and I just want to add further, while it's a much less pronounced risk in having a discussion with our attorney, particularly for the lower wage earners, hourly earners, giving a substantial increase without a substantial increase in responsibility. It doesn't put us at great risk, but it does put us at some risk for the gift clause.
If that is done during the contract period, if it is done but that would be part of the retention signing piece.
I'm listening to what our attorney is telling us.
Yes, and I'm
during this
reiterating what
discussion.
Ms. Susan Siegel said. So by using that retention piece of it, that helps eliminate some of the risk of the gift to public
Eliminate some
funds.
of the risk.
Correct, because you're never free of 100% of risk, absolutely. However, doing a salary schedule that's effective with the new fiscal year, you're not limited to that, and you don't have to change job duties. It is a decision of the governing board to change that compensation schedule to be effective at the beginning of the year. And I would also err on doing compensation in September. That then puts you in the potential of a gift of public funds as well too, whereas it should be at the beginning of the fiscal year, going into effect the beginning of the fiscal year.
That was my understanding from legal counsel, hence the reason for her drafting those proposals and including those numbers in there. I have a question for Vice Chairman Straka. I ran some rough numbers, some calculations here, and what is the hourly rate that would be affected by the 30%? Anyone making less than?
Anyone making less than $50,000 hourly or salary.
I calculated $16.20 hourly rates. Anyone making less than $16.20 would be affected. But do we have anybody employed at that rate?
Yes, we do.
At 16, okay.
The numbers I used were based on the spreadsheet Dr. Erb gave me yesterday.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the higher ranges here.
So, Mr. Straka, do you want to continue with your motion?
Sure. So like I said, I'll start at the top so we can have some clarity here. a flat across the board, $5,000 for all employees, providing they're in good standing and they receive a satisfactory review at the end of the year. The raise will be for all the returning employees who were on staff. I put December 1st, pick a date if you don't like that date, but I think legal counsel had told us in July we had to be, or in January, had to be very specific. I would do a signing bonus of $19.60 for returning employees. My question is, last year we did ESSER funds. Could we use ESSER funds again this year? Are there ESSER funds we could leverage? First half to be paid, second pay period in August, second half, second pay period in January. If they complete each semester, it's considered earned. If they don't complete the semester, HR should have to ask for it back from their final check. It should be prorated with the FTE rate. Only employees with a contract expiring this year. This does not apply to any stipend or stipended employees. There's 19 employees that exceed the threshold. Do a $3,000 award. Those are all hourly, so we wouldn't do a signing bonus for hourly employees. The two remaining ones, we would do a $2,000 bonus. Market adjustment for aviation inspectors, $5,500. Law and public safety, $4,000. Nursing instructors, $7,000. Biomed, $3,800. Coding instructors, $4,200. HR should be monitored by overtime should be monitored by HR. This leaves room for Prop 301 bonuses so that we don't exceed that. And that's.
Vice Chair Straka. The $5,000 that goes to all employees, because we have 55 new employees that have been with West-MEC under a year. And then we also had the 6 employees that received a $6,000 base salary. Does that include them or no?
So it would be, like I said, I put in here they were an employees of December 1st. I have to pick a date, it's over it'd be more than half the year that they've served West-MEC, so it'd be a raise. Anyone coming in new would negotiate based on current market.
Okay.
Interrupting you really quick.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Straka, are you just out of curiosity, are you working off of item 14 or item 15?
Item 14 is the employee compensation.
It's the pay schedule, because you're talking about the bonus and things, which is item 15.
Item 15 is a separate
14
retention
and 14
bonus.
is just
So you're
the
gonna need
salary
to separate
schedule.
it.
Okay, so retention bonus I would take off and make move of
'Cause it just
compensation
sounded-
schedule.
It just sounded like you were talking about 15 more than
Thank you,
14.
thank you, Dr. Spurgeon.
The other thing I would recommend if we're gonna do compensation schedule, the other thing I noticed, I was gonna do separate. We have 3 different pay ranges for administrative
But
assistant.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Straka, let's
I'll
finish
leave
with
that
your
motion
motion.
as is.
Okay, so let me ask, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so there's a motion for the proposal from Mr. Straka and a second by Ms. Bosom. So let's have board discussion.
So just to clarify again, it's 1,960 bonus.
I had to take that out,
5,000
that's item number 15. So we'll come back.
So it's 5,000 across the board, plus the additional amounts for those specific positions that you mentioned.
And then the employees, there's 19 employees that are
They would be
3,000
they would be
and
at
2 employees at 2,000.
Okay.
Is there further discussion? Okay,
Well, can I just state my opinion or?
Ms. Bosom, yes. The chair recognizes Mrs. Bosom.
I think that is a very good increase for everybody. When you start looking at the salaries of everyone, there's I think we're pretty competitive on most salaries. There are certain departments where we really severely lack, and we need to look at those departments. I think this is a great raise. I am not for a straight flat out 15,000 for every employee. I don't think it warrants.
Well, the other thing I'm trying to do there is it's a market adjustment for, the biggest struggle we have is with instructors. If you look at our turnover, the major portion is instructors. So if we can make them more do some market adjustments, staying within the 29%, that gets us competitive in those instructor areas, and we stay without penalties.
Yeah.
Further discussion for the motion and the second on the floor? Seeing none.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I also spent a lot of time looking at these numbers and all the discussions we've been having about salaries. And I was trying to come up with a compromise between two proposals, the 15,000 and then the percentage increase, 4.25% increase, while at the same time trying to be generous with the staff, instructors, and everybody else. It is incredibly difficult, and one thing that stuck out to me from the report was the large variance in some of these positions and the pay rate that they're currently receiving. The proposal that you just made, it's close to what I was thinking, and but I would like to, for next year, go a little bit deeper into this targeted comparison study and come up with more competitive rates, salary and hourly, for those that are still somewhat behind, and definitely develop a more robust performance pay plan. But that would be for, obviously, something administration has to work on and present for the next fiscal year.
Mr. Miglerino.
Procedure question. Item 14 is discussion and consideration of a motion to approve the employee compensation schedule. It's attached. We haven't addressed that. That's what item 14 is. And my motion would be, do we approve 14?
We already have a motion and a second on the floor
For the agenda item.
for the agenda item, number 14.
Chairman Pingarelli, I'd like to just give you some additional information before you make a motion to a vote. So we found the letter that you're referencing, Mr. Straka, and I just want to expand and clarify. Toltec Elementary was actually fined on this because they had a TIPS program, a termination incentive program for employees, where they were incentivizing high-paying employees to retire early, which then resulted in the state retirement penalty. So it's not related to annual compensation increases.
So I have a motion.
We already have a motion on the floor. Wait, Mr. Garcia, you had your hand up first.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I just want to say, put it on record that, I do believe in what, I look at it from a different lens than everybody else, I guess, because of my years of experience in the workforce. And I totally understand the investment that we make into our schools and totally into what you see today with our tax revenues and our growth of our state. It's not done in a vacuum. And I can tell you, honestly, with my lips to God's ears, that this school is a primary partner with our state's workforce system and our bid process in competition with other states and business attraction. So as you drive by the 303 and you see that TSMC, know that West-MEC was there doing their part to do the initial bid and presentation to get them here. And there are other companies that we're inviting them to as well to get them here as well. It is a value that obviously some people just don't understand. And I hope I articulate that just a little bit better, that not that the wheels are gonna fall off the bike, mind you, but I would say that they're very deserving. They put their best foot forward. They are a national class program, and other states are emulating and looking at it for a purpose. Not because it's a broken down school, but because it puts its best foot forward and it presents really great information and provides a lot to the companies that we're attracting to Arizona. So I'll leave it as that, but I just wanted to put that out there just for context.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Wiley, you have a question?
I just wanna, how much have we got funds available for the proposal that 14 has?
We can fund it
Completely.
completely. We have the money now to do that.
And that's,
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion before I have a roll call vote? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Hansberry?
Ms. Guzman? Guzman? Excuse me.
Bosom, just like bosom buddies. Okay, I'm gonna vote yes on Mr. Schreiber's proposal.
Okay. Mr. Garcia?
Nay.
Mr. Miglerino?
no,
Mr. Ramez?
No.
Ms. Wiley?
No.
Mr. Straka?
Yes.
Dr. Pingarelli?
Yes. So the motion fails 3-4. So let us proceed.
I make a motion that we approve 14 as presented.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I just want to see, this is so again, we're doing an across-the-board rate, salary schedule. There's a couple of things here I wanted to point out. We have one salary range for instructors. If you look at our turnover, our biggest problem is with instructors. That's because when you look at the rate of an automotive instructor versus an aviation instructor, they're all coming in at 50,000. That is our problem. Our admin assistant, we have 3 different pay ranges based on experience. So what I really think we need to do here is to solve the bulk of our problems for instructors is create 5 different pay ranges for instructors. As an example, nursing, entry level is 76 in the industry on the survey we just looked at. We're paying 50 as entry. The nursing that range for a nursing should start at 78 and go to 98,000. That should be our nursing range. The other two, I would put a 68 to 88 range is aviation and law and public safety. Again, we're looking at starting salary of 68,000 on that study we just paid for, and we're offering 50. This still does not get us to where they need to be. And it doesn't work for market. And then if you look at, then a bulk of ours, biomed is competitive at entry-level, coding instructor, energy. But then when you look at instructors for automotive, CNC, and HVAC, our entry level is 50,000, but according to the survey we just looked at, entry level is 33, 34, 35,000. And as a result, we're overpaying some instructors and underpaying others. And so we're losing a lot of instructors. If you look at our turnover of instructors, I think out of the 43, it was something like 19 were instructors, and then another 19 were they left for a promotion.
Actually, it was more than 40, I think it was 46 or something, or 43. It was 43 on both pages. So it was actually 86.
Yeah.
Over 5 years.
Mr. Chairman, I call for the question.
Is there further discussion?
I'd like to say that I totally agree with you. I think we need to look at the teacher salaries, the instructor salaries that make sense. Throwing money at everybody just doesn't make sense to me. Per the thing that was presented to us. I mean, you seem like, maybe there was 1% or 2% or 5%, whatever. It doesn't warrant a $15,000 retention
Well, this is the
bonus.
salary range, so what's going to happen is a new employee next year at West-MEC could be hired in at a higher rate than the current employee. So this really, to me, is a slap in the face of the people that built West-MEC. And I see heads nodding in the back. What this is saying is, hey, new person, I'm gonna pay you more. Person that has been here and struggled through and made West-MEC what it is, I'm not gonna pay you what I'm paying the person that just came in. I don't think that's the right way. What will happen is you will have turnover after that. This will not be good. I think I go back to turnover, we're trying to solve the turnover problem. The biggest problem is instructors. Let's look at making 5 instructor bands, and let's not let new employees trump existing employees that built West-MEC. And I see heads nodding in the back, so.
So based off of that logic, you would take out their primary discipline and just have instructor 1, instructor 2,
Yes, that lady
instructor
in the blue
3?
shirt.
Is that what you're advocating?
I'm sorry,
So instead of putting in their discipline, you're gonna just put instructor 1, instructor 2, instructor 3?
I
and
would
then
put,
bands?
I would put specific disciplines of instructors. So as an example, aviation and law, I would make 68 as starting.
Based off of what though? I mean, what-
Based on that survey that we just looked at, entry level for an aviation and law is 68, average is 75 and 84. So if we start at 68, we're much more competitive than starting at 60.
So I would question that. And the reason why is because City of Phoenix has a big banner right now. They're giving a $15,000 bonus to come to be a cop. And their starting wage is $70,000 a year. So
Law and public safety is
law and
68.
public safety pays a lot more than $60,000 a year.
Well, we're starting at 50.
And
Do
they
you
got-
want to start at 50 or do you want to start at 68?
Well, something reasonable that's more rational, somewhere that I know instructors. So we have to understand what instructor. What is your opinion of an instructor? What makes a person an instructor?
So the instructors are working a lot harder than I think we're giving them credit. We have one band for all instructors. That's the problem. And if you look at the turnover, there was, like you said, there was 2 43s. One was, it wasn't their choice, let's call it. They left for disciplinary reasons or whatever, that was 43. The 43 that left voluntarily, a lot of those were instructors. A lot of them went to a higher wage. But if you look, we're not competitive with certain bands. And
Well, I believe that. No, I believe that, but we talk about, we talk about other disciplines we don't want to give raises to. We want to stay somewhat lean competitive. And I think that's what I'm hearing you say.
I'm not
just
saying I'm not
clarifying.
giving raises. What I'm saying is our bands are not going to, doing one 15,000 raise isn't going to be competitive because you're moving the entry level for instructors to 65,000. So we have people now making 54,000. A new instructor is going to come in making 11,000 a year more than them, and they've been here 3 years. That's not right.
And so how are you going to handle that next year?
But what I'm suggesting is,
So, may I want to make a statement. So first of all, I oppose this. And I want to reach out to the employees because Mr. Garcia and Ms. Bosom, you weren't here earlier last year, but we had this discussion. And I was the one that made a motion, and it was seconded by someone, I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Miglerino, to increase salaries for 6 people or positions that were out of whack. So I completely understand the need to be competitive, and I'm supportive of that. But I'm also, as a board member, as we all are, we have a fiduciary responsibility. We can look at the market trends, we can look at the chip manufacturers, we can look at DPS and salaries, but it is very difficult to contemplate for a K-12 ecosystem, this kind of increase and the consequences to surrounding districts. There will be unintended consequences. Within the district, I think we're going to have whoever, whether it be Dr. Erb or someone else, we're going to have an HR gulag because there's going to be dissatisfaction. I also feel.
Thank you. Could we mute people on the phone, please?
Lori Mockler, guys.
I also feel that we are not following our attorney's advice. And while there can be some discussion around the retirement system, it's a very real threat to our institution. And so as a governing board, we have that fiduciary responsibility. So those are my comments.
And Dr. Spurgeon had his hand up.
Oh, Dr. Spurgeon, I'm sorry.
You were asking earlier, thank you, Chairman. Not being really, but that scenario wouldn't happen because if you have someone making 54, they're gonna get to 15, which takes them to 69, bring on somebody they're at 65. So, I mean, that scenario is not gonna exist. I mean, anything is possible, I'll say that, but it's almost like me saying as an 8-year teacher, I'm making, $25,000 and now a brand new teacher that comes in 8 years after I start's making 27. I mean, times change. I mean, things cost more, and so those salary ranges are going to change. Situations are going to change. So, I just think that this puts us in a very competitive position. As I mentioned in December, you hired me to take the district to the new levels, and I think what Mr. Garcia mentioned earlier is, we are at the top of the stack. I mean, West-MEC is arguably one of the best, if not the best, CTE districts in the state of Arizona, and I'd like to see us as one of the top in the nation. And I think competitive wages is one of the areas that we're either going to have to get it done or we're going to get left behind in the dust because there's too many positions and too many opportunities for other people to go in other directions, especially since there's some districts around us that are giving at least 7,500 plus to their folks moving forward. And so I still stay with my recommendation of what I think is best for the district. So I still think that's.
Chair, again, I call for the question.
Let us call for is there any further discussion?
I totally agree with what Dr. Spurgeon said. We hired him. The wages they're not adequate. If we don't have the teachers, we don't have a school. That's it. And we've got the money, we can afford to do it. Let's go.
Well,
So, but again, going back to nursing.
Nursing, right now, we're on the verge of losing it.
Well, but our salary is 50,000, we're going to 65, we need to be at 80.
Then this doesn't say you can't make it 80 next month or the following month or anything else. This is not the wherewithal to solve all problems. This is a beginning stating that we value the staff, we value our position in the CTE world, and that we're moving ahead rather than let's try to get away with as little as we can.
Members, excuse me, I'm going to. Members, disparaging comments don't work. I think everyone is here, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Bosom, Mr. Ramirez, Ms. Wiley, Mr. Miglerino, Mr. Streka, and myself. We're all here as volunteers, elected officials. We all want to do the best for the district, okay? We may have different viewpoints, and where leadership comes in is that we can have respectful discussions without, and believe me, I've received a couple of nasty emails. We can have respectful discourse without this. I also think it's very important, Dr. Spurgeon, is that you have 7 members on the board, not 4. And my disappointment is through this entire process, and I'm trying to be very respectful, you did not reach out once to me, and I understand the vice chair, to have a discussion on this, because maybe we could have come to a better solution. And for that, I'm disappointed, and I want the other board members to know that. I am profoundly disappointed.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
We do meet on a regular basis for each agenda item, so there's opportunities there. And we also met together with Mr. Straka collectively together, and I met with him as a board chairman. So I understand, point well taken, I get it. But you have had the opportunity for us to talk about that, yes.
I would just add, I think my disappointment would be, you've met personally with other people. I've invited you to multiple things for a personal, to build that relationship. And you've only met with me on the phone, other than yesterday we met on a bond meeting in person. So I feel like, and I don't want to make this beat up on the superintendent. Personally, I think to build the relationship with each board member, you should meet with each board member equally. In person.
On an equal basis. And so I'm actually now with Mr. Miclerino. Let's call for the question. Ms.
So what
Hand.
exactly are we voting on?
We are voting on the presentation in item 14 as presented by administration.
And that is an across-the-board $15,000 salary
With the
hiring range.
provisions that they provided in their amendment and attachments.
So just for clarification, is this just hiring range increase, or is this more than hiring range increase? That's what's not clear to me.
It does not include the retention bonus, which is the next agenda item. It's simply salary.
I'm sorry, I'm a little confused now. Are we discussing the hiring ranges or the compensation salary increase, the retention?
Compensation.
It's compensation schedule.
Okay.
So we're
And
not
that's a-
adjusting hiring ranges, we're talking compensation.
Correct.
I'm not very,
And that's 15,000 across the board for all employees. Okay, that's what, okay.
There it is.
As they say at the legislature, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Boothman?
Well, I have to say, my vote is a no, and I have to say, this is not gonna solve our problem. I'm sorry, there are so many jobs that we have that $15,000 is gonna put them way over. And I just don't agree for a $15,000, increase across the board for anybody. We are not looking at the problems for the departments that we need to put that money into. And that is crucial for me. We're not solving any problems at all. We're just sweeping things under the rug, and we're not addressing what needs to be addressed. I'm just a no. I think I just can't say any more to that. I think it's wrong.
And each member is welcome to explain their vote.
Mr. Garcia?
Yay, I said my piece.
Mr. Miclerino?
Yes, I believe it's the right thing to do.
Mr. Ramos?
I'd say no, also because I think we have to be a little bit more targeted for certain positions.
Ms. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Strika?
I believe we need to follow legal counsel's advice and not exceed the 29%. And this exceeds 29% for a lot of employees, so I'm gonna have to vote no.
Dr. Pingarelli?
I am also no. So can you tally the vote? And
4 noes, 3 yeses.
okay, so motion fails.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
So, I make the motion, and it's kind of building on Vice Chairman Straka's plan. But I want to increase it from 5,000 across the board to 7,000 and 5,000 for hourly. In addition to that, the dollar amounts that he mentioned to those targeted groups that are difficult to fill and whose and whose salaries are competitive. You know, we want to attract them from industry, and but we are attracting them to a teaching position, and I imagine that the folks that would be applying to these positions understand I'm not applying to an industry job where I can work overtime, I can negotiate a much higher salary, but yet this is competitive enough where I can transition from my current job to a teaching position and be comfortable with that amount.
Okay,
So that's what
that is your motion. Thank you. And actually, I will second that. Discussion.
So what was that? So 7,000 across the board, you said? So yeah, 7,000 across the board, and then increase the hourly from 3,000 to 5,000, and then keep the additional for those targeted positions, the additional amounts that Vice Chairman Straka gave us.
And that's, obviously the 15 is dead, so we killed it, right?
What did he give us?
Oh, I don't.
That was-
I remember the dollar amounts, but I don't remember the positions.
So you're saying 7,000, where are my notes? Aviation inspectors 5,500, law and public safety 4,000, nursing 7,000, biomed 3,800, and coding inspectors 4,200 on top of the 7,000.
Correct.
And because those are the ones that, if you look at, have the greatest disparity, and I would be okay with that. I just want to make sure we don't exceed the 29%.
Why can't we just go to 15,000 on all those hard ones?
Because that did not pass the board.
Oh, you're saying just
On the hard to fill?
on the hard to fill
15,000.
15.
Because some of those would exceed the 29%.
We'll take the chance.
We have a motion and a second. So any further yes?
I'm Wise.
Yeah, we have a motion from Mr. Ramirez and a second from myself. Is there further discussion on this motion that is on the floor? Seeing none?
What's on the floor?
That doesn't include the, yeah, that's just the 7 grand across.
We have to, excuse me, we're in a public meeting, and so we really do need to come through the chair so that we don't get in trouble with open meeting, and I'm going to have something to say on this, so in future agenda items, but please come through the chair. Ms. Wiley.
I just would like her to read the motion that's on the floor.
Okay. Mr. Ramirez, you're up again, your motion.
Okay. I'm gonna need a little help with this one, Vice Chairman, so you can go through the additional amounts. Yes, so $7,000 across the board. Except for the hourly, is it for all the hourly employees, or was it for the ones who are at risk of the 30%?
At risk of the 30%.
And $5,000 for the hourly employees who are at risk of exceeding the 30%. And then in addition to that, for aviation instructors, an additional 5,500. For law and public safety, 4,000. For nursing instructors, 7,000. For biomed, 3,800. And for coding, 4,200.
Okay. So that is the motion, and we have a second. Okay. Dr. Erb.
Want to make sure I'm hearing this right. Chairman, Dr. Pingarelli. So with Mr. Ramirez's recommendation, the salary range hiring will change $7,000 for those positions that are on there. For hourly, it's 5,000, so we'll apply the 2080 that we divided into. So I just wanted to clarify that. Then on top of that is a recommendation to add another 7,000 to the aviation. And the others, are we adding that to the base salary?
We're adding that to the base salary, it's my understanding. It wasn't at,
Well, the 7 and the 5 is to the base for the hourly and for all employees from what he said.
correct, that's adding to their base, correct? We're not doing
Yes.
salary schedules.
Correct. Adding to their base. Adding to the base.
Okay, so we're talking salary schedule in this one, are we not?
No, I think salary schedule is the next agenda item.
No, it's
It's also
this
this one.
agenda item.
Just one second, okay.
So why don't we go with this motion and we can make another motion after that?
Okay,
Okay, so, Ms. Hanberry, please call the roll.
My vote is a yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Oh, man. Yeah, I have to give it yay.
Mr. Meglarino?
No.
Mr. Ramos?
Yes.
Ms. Wiley?
No.
Mr. Strika?
Yes.
And Dr. Pingarelli?
Yes.
That is a 5-4, or 5-2, excuse me.
So the motion carries. Okay, so does that move us from agenda item 14
Could I just make one more motion?
for agenda item under
Yes, on
4?
salary schedules, I still.
Wait, let me clarify. So are you still under agenda item 14?
Salary schedules, correct?
Well,
That's the other part of this agenda item.
the agenda is consideration of a motion to improve the employee compensation schedule.
Yes, so I want to go back to, would the board be interested in splitting out some of the, by discipline instructors? I would recommend a starting salary range for nursing at 80,000. Law and public safety and aviation at 60,000 where it's currently 50. And there's some that would be below 50, but those are the two that we need to, those are the three groups we need to move up and be more competitive. And so those are the two,
So starting salary at, I'm sorry.
for starting salary for nursing, the range for hiring a nursing instructor would be 80,000. And law, public safety, and aviation would be 68,000. That makes us more competitive. Those, when you looked at those salaries, they were way down there because we're starting at 50. And that's, I recognize that's an $18,000 and $30,000 jump, but that's where the market is. It's just like the reason I recommended those others is we need to do an adjustment there. And again, if without inspectors, we're dead.
Which are the hard to fill? There's like 10.
So we have a motion from Mr. Strucker as stated. Is there a second?
Ms. Wiley, did you have a friend? Is there a
Chair,
second?
let me get a clarification. So is that in addition to our salary?
No, this is just the hiring range, the salary schedule. I'm making,
We're talking hiring range and not salary schedule,
we already talked salary.
okay?
Hiring range is the salary schedule, but once they're in, that's it, they don't ever compare to that again. So right now, we're bringing in nurses at 50,000, I'm proposing 80. Aviation and law, instead of 50, I'm proposing 68. That makes us more competitive.
Second.
Is there a second?
I was saying, give me a second.
Oh, you said,
Yes.
okay, so it's my ears, okay.
Lost my turn.
Dr. Baker.
Yes,
I need to ask Dr. Erb a question.
absolutely.
Dr. Erb, we're gonna have to adjust those ranges, aren't we? The salary schedule ranges, we're gonna have to go back and do some calculations to adjust those ranges.
Dr. Pingarelli and Dr. Spurgeon, yes. Is it 7,000 at the beginning or 7,000? We try to keep them across the board, 15 here, 15 there. That's why I was trying to get clarification is if we're adding 7 and 5, the 5,000 for hourly, you can divide it by 28 and we can come up with an hourly rate on the range.
But it may have to be adjusted based on the
Both.
22nd.
Beginning and at the end. And if they're adding an additional to the others, what's the ending range for?
We're not adjusting the range, we're adjusting the salaries of the existing employees.
Okay, well, that's not the agenda item that Dr. Spurgeon's proposing.
That's not 14.
You just said the salaries.
Salary
The
compensation.
proposed schedule is there.
Beverly.
But to Dr. Spurgeon's, if we're gonna change that range, that salary range, that's what you're voting on, then we need to know the beginning and the end, because that's what the recommendation is. It's right now, it's add 15,000 to the salary range and to the hourly range. And if board wants to modify that, then they gotta clarify what we want our range to be. And if we wanna make salary adjustments, my recommendation is come back at the next meeting and make individual salary adjustments, because this is a salary range adjustment for that document, not individual salaries. Last year we made, as Dr. Pingarelli said, the changes in the building principals, the facility and maintenance, and also IT. If you look at the report that Karen presented tonight, they're still way under. And we gave them $7,000 raises and $11,000 raises. With those raises, they're still 28% under the market. So to me, we're looking at the range, whatever the board decides on the range, that's what this item needs to be clarified or approved what we're actually doing. Not changing individual salaries. Unless I'm off target on that. If that's the agenda item, to look at the range that you have in front of you, are we gonna change those ranges $15,000? Pushes the beginning to 65 and pushes the top to 90. And I'll clarify anything, questions that you might have, but that's what the item is to be voted on.
That's not what we voted on. I understood we were voting on actual salaries. Was that your motion, or am I misunderstanding?
Mr. Chair, are we out of session? Are we out of our original schedule? Are we bouncing around, or what exactly?
We are still on item 14.
We're still on item 14?
And so I don't know if we, Dr. Erb, can you come to the podium, please? For purposes of, do we need to solve this one tonight statutorily? Or can this be pushed to the next regular meeting? This.
Dr. Pingarelli, statutorily, there's no requirement that says we can't push it. Would I push it to the next meeting? No, because we've already pushed it from January and February, and we're trying to hire. We need to know those ranges.
You need to know the ranges, okay.
Because right now, I have a coding teacher that's coming in, and I have a CNC instructor. I said, wait till after the meeting tonight, and I'll have a better idea what our ranges are gonna be.
Okay, so Mr. Garcia, that answers the question. We need to solve this now.
So what were the ending ranges to these positions? Can you answer that?
Nursing, I would go 80 to 100.
Yeah, please.
And aviation law, I'd go 68 to 88.
as opposed to what they're recommending? What are they recommending for nursing?
65 to 90.
65 to 90?
And if you look at the numbers, a nurse is making 80,000,
And
And-
aviation?
it's in the
Yes.
70s,
And Dr.
in the 60s to 70s, yeah. Based on-
Aviation?
Aviation is the same. It is right now 50 to 75.
Yeah.
With
No, don't
last
stay here
year's
because.
adjustments,
Yeah.
we have our aviation are at 77.
And Dr., just to clarify, the recommendation from the administration is to shift for all instructors, regardless of the subject they're teaching, from 65 to 90,000.
Correct. That's what's on the range. And on the schedule that you have in front of you.
Yep.
Doesn't mean we're gonna place everybody at $80,000, but it gives you flexibility. And it moves with the next item, the recommendation of 7,500 and the other 7,500. It gives those current employees that increase of 7,500 between now and the end of the year. Then they get the other 75 at the beginning of the year. And I don't believe we'd be hiring anybody under what our current employees would be getting with the compensation change and with the 7,500 now and the other in the base salary starting July 1st. Because they're going to increase from their 55, let's just say that, to 65, 70. So unless it's a high need position, I don't believe we would be exceeding whatever percentage was discussed tonight. And we could fit them into our salary range and it would be so much more competitive.
See, one of the things I always hear is aviation is hard to fill. And we're starting at 50, we're starting at 65. I really think it needs to start at 68 because aviation's always hard to fill. Nursing is the same thing. That's why I think breaking these three out. You said that we're on the verge of losing our nursing instructor, so that's why I think the hiring range needs to be. And I go back to, we have 3 different ranges for administrative assistant and 1 range for instructor. Aren't our instructors, without them, we can't do everything else. And so that's my reason for breaking out multiple instructors by discipline. All instructors aren't the same and we need to be competitive by market.
I understand that, but I would also tell you that when a class or course is created, Mr. Chair,
Absolutely, yeah.
So when the class or a class program is created, a program person has to sit down and go over establishing curriculum, grading material, and credentialing. And this takes a moment, so when we talk about just the disciplines, we're not looking back at the curtain of all the different things that has to take place as well. So my only concern is that the instructors are vital, for sure. But there's also people that draft programs, there's also people that do other things. And Dr. Spurgeon can probably elaborate more on all that stuff, but I would just say that we need to be cognizant of those things as well. I know we're talking about instructors only, and that's great, but instructors not gonna instruct without having a program, and they don't draft their own program. Am I wrong, Dr. Sturgeon?
But the other thing, no, you're not, but might I make a suggestion, we need to vote on the salary ranges, we could always come back and if you would like to see some different categories broken out within those ranges, as you might suggest, that's something we could do after this. But right now, I know Dr. Herb is looking for the opportunity to be able to bring or hire some of our new employees.
Can we make those adjustments to those ranges that are most critical and then bring, as you suggest, bring them back?
Yeah, if we can approve the salary schedule tonight, then we can actually break it out in the multiple categories, Mr. Strinka. If you could, of the ones that you mentioned.
Yeah, my understanding is that the administration's recommendation will allow for that flexibility to address those concerns that you have.
But like nursing, we're not even in the ballpark at 65. Nursing needs to be at 80, I mean, just to get into the ballpark.
Well, yes, the range is from 65 to 90, so that falls within that range.
I know, but if you look at what from the study on nursing instructors, 76 to 100. 88 is average, that's at the top. And so we're not gonna be able to, we're gonna have a problem with nursing. So why push it off to next month? They're trying to hire people. And then we heard, well, don't push it off, and now we're saying push it off. We can't push this off if we wanna have instructors for next
Do
year.
it 65 to 100 and let them hire at 80.
Why not just break it out? Nursing 80 to 100, because there's some that don't make sense. If you look at the experience level for welding, entry 34, experienced 55. West-MEC's at 71.
But they'll do the hiring.
Yeah.
They've got the range. That's what we hired them.
But doing these across the board ranges, we have some employees that are well above market and other that are below. That's how we get to this situation. That's why doing across the board, like Mr. Miglioriano said, he's generally against, they create problems. Well, this is why we have one range for instructors. Why have one range? Because that's where all our problems are. Let's break it out. It makes sense.
My proposal would have made far more sense, and we'd be on our way to a executive session.
I was just gonna say that, I mean, it's a range that's been proposed by the administration. I'm sure they poured over these numbers a bunch of times, and they're very comfortable with those numbers. And if they're confident that they can hire people within that range, let's give it to them, and then they can decide on the applicant, on where to place them within that range. But I think it's.
So our initial thought was, if we were able to give the $15,000, we knew there were probably between 10 or 11 hard-to-fill areas that we were gonna see how this $15,000 would play out, and maybe the top 2 or 3 would kind of rise to the top, and then we could address those top 2 or 3 areas, like law and public safety, maybe nursing, maybe coding. We were gonna hopefully we were gonna do something this spring and let it play out.
Chairman Pingerelli, was there already a motion to approve? I thought there was a motion.
There was a motion that was started on this. So, and I don't know if it was you or Mr. Struck.
I made the motion for the 2 instructors
For the-
ranges. And
For,
then I don't remember if there was a second or not.
so for what 2 ranges?
Or, well, 3, but 2 ranges.
Restate it, please.
So nursing started 80 to 100, and aviation and law and public safety, 68 to 88.
Okay.
And that puts us in a range that is more competitive. Those are the ones that are hard to fill. Nursing and aviation, we've heard about that several times.
Is there, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion, I need a drink out there in the audience. No, she's coming, she's got it. I also need a battery, a plug for my computer. My battery's about to go. Don't get locked out. So there's a motion, cleared the throw, there's a second. Any further discussion on this? Please call the question.
Ms. Guzman?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Nay.
Mr. Migliorino?
No.
Mr. Ramez?
No.
Ms. Wiley?
No.
Mr. Straka?
Yes.
Dr. Pingerelli?
Yes. So motion
Fail.
fails 3-4. Okay, so we're back to ranges for Dr. Erb.
Okay, so I'll just reiterate, Dr. Spurgeon's recommendation is to change the ranges, $15,000, 65 to 90. To that recommendation, we can fit any of our new employees. I would agree, maybe in nursing might be a little bit of a challenge, but that gives us a $15,000 raise above what we're currently paying our nursing instructor now. We look at their experience, we look where they came from, we look at how much they've been making, their education and all that, we place them on the range where we think's most important. And under CNC and aviation, those are all hard to fill. This would give us the flexibility to fill those positions very effectively.
Okay, so, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Blizzam.
So what range are you saying that the nursing and the aviation and the law should be at then?
I'm recommending, as Dr. Spurgeon did, that they all change 15,000.
All ranges.
Yes.
All ranges for all instructors.
That's the way it was presented in here. If you want to modify that, you can modify that, but the next item.
We're not talking about these three, we're not just talking, we're talking about every instructor.
Yes.
It gives you the flexibility to look at the candidate and what their qualifications are, and you can go anywhere within that.
And Dr.
Let me
Erb,
ask this, if they're a market condition and they're making 34,000 and market says 40 and the entry level is 65, are we gonna pay them 25,000 over market?
I don't think there's any right now currently that says 40 or 50 is in the market.
Well,
If you want to leave the range from 50 to 90,000, then
the
you.
study that we got, HVAC started at 33.
Those are technicians, they're not instructors, Frank. They're technicians, they're starting salaries for technician coming out of a trade school. They came from our economic modeling system, they aren't instructors. A question today is how much instructors are
know where
making in
there's,
nursing at the universities? And I
Is there one on
responded,
the
they're all
floor?
making over $100,000. So the recommendation of the 65 to 90 gives West-MEC flexibility in the future to find instructors that are most needed. So that's my recommendation. If we place them, we're not gonna move everybody up to $90,000 immediately.
Mr. Chair, is that the proposal on the table right now?
the proposal, well, there's no motion on the
I wanna
floor
make a motion.
right now.
Yeah, I've been trying to make, I'm just waiting for Dr.
So
to
there's,
finish.
thank you, Mr.
I wanna make the
Garcia.
motion to approve the higher ranges as presented by Dr. Spurgeon and the administration.
And, okay, and discussion, Dr. Erb, these are instructors, correct?
This range is for all of them. We've changed all of them 15. So it's all of the positions that are on the salary range that you have in front of you. It's outside of instructors. It's all employees.
Okay, so there's a motion and I believe a second. Okay, so please call the question. Please call the roll, yes. Thank you. Getting late.
This is a $15,000 increase for only instructors.
No.
No, it's across the board, hiring ranges.
Just a,
It's a higher range.
it's a hiring,
From this.
just to give them the flexibility to hire.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Megarino?
Abstain.
Whoa, why?
No,
I hate bad plans.
let's not question our votes.
Mr. Raymond?
Yes.
Ms. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Straka?
I'm a no because we're kicking the same problem down the road. We're trying to hire instructors and there's certain ones that we may not be able to hire. So again, we have a study of some people that are way under and others that are not, but you're doing it across the board. So I can't support something that's still gonna create recruiting problems. It doesn't solve it.
And Dr. Pinkler?
No.
1, 2, 3. 4 yeses, 1 abstain, 2 noes.
So motion carries. So we have completed,
This item.
that we have completed agenda item 14. So now that moves us to agenda item 15, which is discussion and consideration of a motion to approve the employee retention bonuses. or bonus, excuse me. Pardon?
Didn't we already cover that?
No, this is a separate item.
So what was the, we
Remem-
made a vote to do $7,000 and then 5,000 for hourly and then certain salary adjustments for staff that were below market as a market adjustment. I understood that to be a salary increase that we voted and it passed 4-3.
That is correct. So I saw this as a separate item, so that, was that incorporated into 14?
Oh, then what is 15?
15 is what you had discussed early, and this is to consider and approve a resolution relating to a payment of a retention bonus to employees and the retention stipend agreement pursuant to the resolution that is attached within Board Book.
So could someone explain exactly what this bonus is?
Dr. Erb, could you please help us out here? We're calling you up again. You're getting a lot of exercise tonight.
Because he's here. Mrs. Wiley, could Chairman Pingarelli repeat your question?
It says employee retention bonus. Tell me
Okay,
what that
so
means.
in the recommendation you have there's two recommendations, an A and a B. The first one is that employees, and it's not just instructors, it's employees would receive a $7,500 retention stipend between now and the end of the year if they come and sign the new contracts that were approved by legal counsel. It's gonna take us time to get those into our system because we've gone from one page in contracts, because the board wanted them reviewed, to 4 or 5. They're very specific. You had a chance to look at them at our last board meeting. And that would give between now and June 30th, all of our employees that signed the contract, once we get it to them within 15 days, they would receive either in the bi-weekly pay between now and June 30th, whatever their current position is, we would add $7,500 over those pays. There was discussion, should we give it to them all in one check and give them at $7,500 now? So that's the resolution, and the second part is that they would then get the second $7,500 at their new rate and their new salary, which wouldn't exceed any of the ranges that you just approved June or July 1st for the 23-24 school year. There's safeguards in there that if they sign this contract and leave at any time, they will have to pay back the $7,500 they get now. And all through next year, if they get up and decide to leave, they will have to pay the other $75 or what they've been paid back. It's in the language in the resolution, and it's in the language in the contracts that they will be receiving.
And so this $15,000 is just for existing employees today, and it will not exceed any of the ranges that we just approved.
Correct, Mrs. Wiley.
Thank you.
And it doesn't pertain to anybody that we are hiring because you just approved the ranges. And you've given us the flexibility to hire an employee that will fall under this $15,000 increase.
And so, Dr. Erb, so you did add, so there is the clause for liquidated damages.
Yes, and there's a clause also for returning if they leave. We'd have to bring it back to the board if a board wanted to waive the liquidated damages, or let's say we had a very experienced teacher and they're moving and they had to leave Arizona. We'd bring it back to the board and say, we paid them the $7,500, we paid them a little bit in the first 4 months. Do you want to charge them liquidated damages, or do you want them to pay the full $7,500 plus whatever we paid them back? It's in the contract, and we'd bring it to the board to make a decision by the board.
And Dr. Erb, so if there's an employee, for example, that has a serious illness and so on, and had to leave employment, that employee under the current contract would just simply need to appeal that to the board, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And I can give you 2 examples. We had 2 instructors. One was hairstyling and one that was a vet teacher. Both of their spouses moved out of state. Would bring it to the board next year and say, we paid them the $1,500, but now they're leaving in the middle of the year. What's the board's pleasure? Do you want them to pay it all back? Or illness or catastrophic, something happened in their life that they needed to quit West-MEC and take care of a parent? We'd bring it back to the board to say, do you want to charge them liquidated damages or recoup the $15,000 that you paid them, or the $7,500 that you paid them?
Thank you for,
I
Yes.
was under the impression when we met with legal counsel in January, we could not pay the employees anything in this contract year because this year's contracts preclude that. Even if it was a signing bonus, it would have to be paid in the new fiscal year. Am I?
I don't believe it's correct, but I'll let Mrs. Siegel answer that question.
Dr. Pingarelli, members of the board, Mr. Straka. No, you can pay the first part because it pertains to their signing their contract for the 2023-2024 year. So you can pay the first part this year, and in fact, you'd want to. I mean, you want to get those contracts in. And then the second part would be, first day they would come back, make sure that they come back, and they get the second part.
And so then the other part, we had this discussion earlier about exceeding the pension limit of 30%, and I found out about a case and they said it doesn't apply, that they don't enforce that anymore. Do you know if we exceed the 30%, is there a penalty that ASRS
Yes,
could
they
assess?
do enforce it. They enforce it very vigorously. There's currently, our office has currently in the last 2 years had 3 cases. But that said, if it really only applies to the lower, if you do the 15,000 option, which is option 1, it only applies A, if they retire in the next couple of years, and B, if they're the lower end, so that 15,000 would push them up to 30. For your higher paid,
It's not a problem.
it's not a problem.
But anyone under 50,000 would have a penalty.
I'm trying to, at this late hour, trying to do the math in my head, but I will trust your math.
30%, 15,000.
So, I'll just point out that, yes, they do, Tolleson recently did not a hiring bonus, a raise of 7% or 7,000 across the board, whichever is greater. So you can see that was they used the calculation. It wouldn't have brought them anywhere near the 30%. I don't know how many people earn the amount of money and are going to retire in the next 3 to 5 years that would affect. That's something that would have to be looked at.
yes.
So what is the calculation? Is it the next 3 years, the previous 3 years, the previous 5 years? So
Okay,
when
so
does the 30% kick in? Because if we give a raise, it might be 35%, but over the next 3 years, you get 2%.
what they do is, depends on when you were first hired, became a member of the system. And so for some people, it's 36 months, and some people it's 65 years. So it depends on when you became a member of the district. And I don't have it in front of me, but what the statute says, it's 38,749. It says, if in any one of the years that is used to calculate the average monthly compensation, they exceed in that year 30% or more, or they exceed 29.9. And so 30% or more, then the penalty comes into play. There's ways around this. You can talk to the employee and say, we're not going to contribute to ASRS this amount, matching, because that takes it out. Also, I would point out there's exceptions. A promotion, for example, isn't calculated in there. So if you have somebody who makes more money because they're being promoted, payout of accrued but unused leave time isn't calculated in there. I can give you several examples. Your neighboring school districts have had to face the music on those. One was an employee who went from part-time to full-time in the last 5 years or 3 years, whatever it was. And ASRS calculated that as a termination incentive. They call it a termination incentive program, even though it wasn't necessarily a termination incentive. There's another one where the person was promoted. She became a instructional leader. She also became a athletic coach. She also became, I think she got another bonus for being the chair of her department. And the ASRS said, no, those were all promotions. You know, and they're different, they're not the same things. So it's on a case-by-case basis. The Toltec situation is the worst because he's been indicted and his secretary's been indicted. And he's agreed to pay back the money. The amount of the assessment was $999,000. It's based upon actuarial calculations, not just what you put in. But he is going to turn out good for our client, Port Toltec, because he agreed to pay it back. And we also backed out the money that, it was really, it's a very convoluted, I'll use the term scheme, where
So he just exceeded it 1 year for 30% and it cost him $900,000
it didn't cost him, it cost the school district.
by exceeding that by 30% in 1 year.
That's my concern. That's why I was saying we can't just do a 30% raise on some employees.
Yeah, okay, I'll explain because some people don't understand what it was. There were 3 scenarios. He worked for Toltec as a business manager. He got Casa Grande Union to kick in money hiring him as the business manager. And he got World School Foundation, which was a charter school that he was president of. If you dropped out even World School Foundation, which is what he was funneling, you still had Casa Grande that doubled his salary. It was really a great scheme. Casa Grande that doubled his salary and would have still gone over there. We got the Auditor General and ASRS to agree that Casa Grande is a separate entity, and World School, what he did, it was more than just tip. What he did was he and his secretary were taking their own funds and putting it through, funneling it through the school district so they would pump up their annuities or whatever their pension is. But even if you took out the World School Foundation facts, you still had the tip issue because he doubled his salary. I mean, it's a great gig if you can convince your board to do it. He doubled his salary and got paid what Casa Grande was paying and what Toltec was paying. So it was still a tip. The report that was filed by the Auditor General focuses on the fact that they had this bogus thing going through this charter school. Yes, that's true. But the indictment also included the arrangement with Casa Grande. And so 3 years ago, in 2019, 2020, the poor little Toltec that has a budget of $7 million and maybe 1,000 students got a letter from ASRS that says, you Toltec owe us $992,000. It's not Mr. Van Handel, who is guilty as all get out and has pled guilty. It's Toltec. So I guess what I'm saying is that is an interesting scheme, and it was very convoluted. But if you take what has happened to other school districts who will go unnamed because of confidentiality, ASRS has assessed them simply because they thought that there was a 30% increase. Now, they backed down on 4 out of them, or 3 out of 4, but they did not back down on the part-time, full-time. So it's not just the Toltec situation, which was complicated and masterminded by this guy, but it's all other school districts.
So it's just 1 year for 30%, or is it over 3-year averages?
Any one year, if it goes over 30%.
So then what do the 3 years and 5 years have to do with anything then?
The 3 years are, any 1 year of the 3 years, of the last 3 years used to calculate his average monthly compensation. Or and I don't have, I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't have the dates or any 1 year of the last 5 years used to calculate his average monthly compensation.
So how can you put a clause in their contract to avoid that?
Well, I guess we could put on the, I think we could put on, I still contemplate that when they sign their contract to get this, they're gonna have to sign another document. And you could put in there that if this would take them over and cause a assessment by ASRS, that they will agree that there will not be contributions that would cause that.
Right, and any attorney's fees will come out of their pocket, not ours.
No, it comes out of ours. Because ASRS would sue us. What were the, just out of curiosity, what are you allowed to share how much legal fees are involved in one of those cases?
No, I frankly, I'm happy to say that 3 out of 4 we won. So the legal fees were totally reasonable.
Let's kind of, given the time and everything, let's focus. Are there any other, hold on, Mr. Struck, are there any other questions by other members first? And let's take one final question, Mr. Strucka, from, if you have one for Ms. Siegel.
No, I'm concerned about the 29%, like I mentioned earlier.
Yes. Okay. So we don't have for this item, we do not have a motion or a second on the floor.
I'll make a motion. We approve resolution 1.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I think either of these resolutions doing a flat 15,000 puts us at an exposure for ASRS. And I don't think that's a risk we should take, because even if we win a case like that, it's going to take a lot of time of our staff. I mean, at best case is if we win it. If we lose it, then it also costs us 992,000 or some crazy amount.
You're saying either one of these 2 resolutions will do that?
Yeah.
My understanding that the 7,500 and 7,500 is not going to exceed the salary range.
Ms. Siegel, can you come up and give us clarification on this?
Salary range is on their current salary.
Board, let's go.
I think your question is it safer to have the 15,000 or the 7,500, or the alternative, which is 4.25 and 4.25? The safest is 4.25. But I'm telling you that I don't know the extent of your exposure. I suspect that, I don't know how many employees you have that would, that are making $45,000 or less, and how close they are to retirement. We could put the clause in, as Mrs. Wiley suggests, and see if that works.
Okay, the motion, I'll make a motion that we approve number 2 and put the clause in the contract.
Okay. So that is the 4.25%.
7,500, 75.
That's number 1.
That's number 1. You said number 2.
I'm sorry, number 1. 75 and 75. Well, resolution number 1.
With the additional language?
With the additional language.
Okay. Is there a second to that?
Second.
I like the one before.
Okay. We do not have a second. Okay. Is there another motion?
I would say we could do the 4.25 and 4.25.
Okay.
I think it should be one payment at the end of June and end of August. And I think, if I recall, you said we had to have specific verbiage in there to make it actionable or something of the employee. So could we say it has to be signed in 7 business days, and that's how they earn the 4.25 and 4.25?
It's 15 now.
That would be a motivator if you do that, as long as it's not over spring break or when the people are out. You know, it would be a motivator. If you put numbers, it shorten the number of days.
It's 15 now in the resolutions.
Well, legally, they have to do it in 15, but what I'm saying is, let's make it 7 days, and that's the, hey, I'm giving you this incentive, so that's why if you do it in 7 days, I'm giving you 4.25 and 4.25. Because if you just say, hey, they did it in 15 days, well, the law says you had to do it in 15 days, that could be, by the Goldwater Institute, construed as a gift of public funds. This would not be, because I'm requiring additional action. I think that would make us minimize our risk, as long as it's not over spring break.
So you're saying 4.25, let's say you're making 100,000, what's the math? What's the raise for,
4.25%,
how much is it?
42.50.
There you go. If you're making $16 an hour, how much is it? It doesn't answer the question.
It's 72 cents an hour.
Yeah, that's my point.
But again, we have to stay within the 29%.
I'm way less worried about that than you are.
But you won't be here in a couple of years.
Okay,
And I
may not make a couple, but while I'm here, I'm gonna say what I wanna say.
So Ms. Wiley's motion failed at 15. I'm willing to make it 4.25 and say 7 days.
Okay, is there a second?
Question, is it 4.25 in the front and the backs, making it a total of 8.5 as written in the?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a total of,
It's
8.5 on the base salary.
On the base
But it's
salary,
split.
4.25 now, 4.25 later.
Yes, for a total of 8.5 on the base salary.
Just for this year,
For next year,
or
actually.
next year.
For next year.
Okay.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, so we have a motion for the 4.25. I'll just keep that simple with, by Mr. Straka and a second by Ms. Pusom. Yes, Dr. Spurgeon.
Mr. Williams just wanted to make, just a double check to make sure that the first time you made the motion that we didn't get a second on that one. We think we may have gotten a second on the first time you motioned for resolution 1.
I seconded the 75.
And that's what I was
Yeah, that's-
concerned about, so Ms. Wiley motioned resolution 1, it was seconded by Mr. Miglerino, and no action took place on that. So I just wanted to point.
That's correct.
that.
Do you want to vote on that first one?
We took a vote, didn't we take a vote? No? We did not. Okay,
No, I think you said that we didn't have a second.
You didn't have.
we didn't have a second at the, okay, so.
As a point of order, I think you need to.
Point of order, let's take care of it. So let's call the roll on the first motion.
Does that include the clause, the additional language
Yes.
in that
Yes.
first motion? Okay. Does everybody understand that? Sure.
The additional.
Late hours.
Of the 10 days or 7 days or?
No,
It was
if they
about-
exceed 29%.
Oh, okay.
29.9 or.
Can we legally withhold ASRS money for earned?
We reach an agreement.
This is all for existing employees,
That sign their contract.
right, that sign their contract.
And the higher date of what date?
What date? What date does it start?
Well, this would be effective for employees that come in next week, last week,
In
since.
the resolution, there is, Dr. Pingarelli, Mrs. Wiley, there is no resolution or date of hire. This is all existing employees that are employed currently, whether they got that raise last year, whether they've been here for 1 year. The recommendation is that resolution 1, 7,500 now and 7,500 in July 1st. So that's what has been moved and
That's the resolution, plus we're
seconded.
going to
With
add-
the clarification, you need to vote on that first.
But
and
we're
see
adding
where
a
it goes.
clause on their contract. So it's anybody that signs the contract with the clause and this resolution number 1.
In this way, we don't have to punish the people on the low end of the scale.
Right. They gotta sign the contract.
And I would like you to review the tape of that, because I did hear Mrs. Wiley's motion. When I asked for a second, I asked for a second, and I said I did not hear a second. And so that is my recollection. So just, I could be wrong, but let's review the tape. But let's proceed right now as if, okay?
Ms. Guzman?
No.
Mr. Garcia?
Yay.
I'm sorry, is yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mr. Miglerino?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ramos?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Wiley?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Straka?
Just to explain my vote, I'm just concerned about that 29% cap. Even with language, I don't know if it could hold up in a court of law, so I'm gonna vote no.
And Dr. Pingarelli?
No,
It fails.
motion fails. Okay, so now we need,
Do we go back, do I need to make the motion again? Or
You-
does it come
we
back
need
to
a
the
new-
floor?
we need to go back to the floor and we need a new motion.
So I would make a motion on the 4.25 and 4.25. Sign within 7 days as the incentive. Dr. Erb, when will you get those out?
If Mrs. Siegel has that resolution, that signature, we could do 7 days. We won't be able to produce the contracts within 7 days.
Okay.
The contract
But
within.
would they have to sign it within 7 days of receiving it, not when you can produce it?
So before we go into further discussion, is there a second on this? Okay,
Clarification, are you making the motion for resolution number 2?
Yes, I believe so. That's 4.25 in the spring, 4.25 in the fall. And that keeps you honest, and they sign it within 7 days of receipt.
Okay, well, to modify the contract, but it's fine.
And I believe Dr. Erb.
Well, I'm not
No,
modifying the
it
contract.
would
They
be-
could sign the contract, but if they don't sign it within 7 days, they don't get the 4.25%.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll do a separate stipend agreement where they sign it and it says if they return it within 7 days, then
Okay.
okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for proposal number 2, and we have a second. Any further discussion before calling the question? Here,
You got somebody that's making 50,000.
4,000 a year.
8%.
8%.
Overall, it's
8.5%.
8.5%.
And that keeps us within the legislature's
So it's half of
guidelines.
7,500.
It's a little more than.
okay, thank you, Ms. Webb. Okay, so no further discussion. Ms. Hanberry, please call the question. Please call the roll.
Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Miglerino?
No.
Mr. Ramos?
Yes.
Ms. Wiley?
No.
Mr. Straka?
Yes.
And Dr. Pingarelli?
Yes,
That's a 4-2 win.
okay, so motion passes. Okay, so moving now to item 16, West-MEC calendar of events. I'll just briefly go that from April 3rd to the 4th, we have the FBLA students from Central Campus will travel to Tucson, Arizona to participate in the FBLA State Leadership Conference. Item 2, we have our recognition ceremonies, and I would simply ask, these are wonderful events. If you can make it, you're not working at the Southwest, Northwest, Northeast, and Central campuses. They will occur at different times on June 2nd, and I would simply ask administration to send out reminder and get commitment from each of the board members if they can attend. Finally, we have conferences. The ACTE National Conference in Arlington, Virginia, from March 19th to the 22nd. The Regional Conference, Region 5 in Fargo, North Dakota, should warm up by then. In April, and a work-based learning conference in Atlanta, Georgia, ACTE, on April 25th through the 29th. Agenda item 17, discussion of future agenda items. Does any member have future agenda items they wish to place on the agenda? I have a couple. Does any other member have any? Mr. Miglerino.
I would just like to question why none of the board members have received the new copy of the boundaries that we agreed upon months ago. And I asked that they be sent to all board members so we could clearly see what they are. And if we don't have them, when is the time we could expect them?
We do have them, and I believe, did we share the interactive link with everybody?
Yes, and David was going to print.
Yeah, so we're having hard copies printed, but the interactive link was from the demographer shared with us and was forwarded to the board, where you can click on it and you can go and see each district or West-MEC as a whole, the new ones, the updated ones that you approved. And then hard copy ones are being printed to provide to each of the board members.
Could we also get a list of the high schools that are in our new district? Because I know I lost a couple and I might have picked up a couple.
And we're doing the
Okay.
You're gonna say there's 8.5 by 11?
I had asked for that in January.
Yes.
Okay, so
I think
this,
Mr. Miglerino had the floor.
yeah,
Website, map.
Ms. Bosom?
Filing with-
Yeah, let's, through the chair, please. Okay, so, thank you. So that will be a report. Okay, any other agenda items? Thank you, Mr. Miglerino, that's a very important point.
I'd go back one more point. When we talked about family health care, we were supposed to get a memo of how we were gonna implement that and restrictions. I haven't seen a memo, is that coming?
The health benefits will be on the next agenda item. We did a request for proposals. We only have one that came in. It is less than what we're currently paying, but it pushes 20 to 30% cost back on employees because there's a out-of-pocket and a deductible for every one of the plans. So we've just received our increase, it's 7%, it's pretty reasonable. We're gonna have a discussion in leadership in the next week or two on what we should do with the recommendation bringing back to the board. So, and then once we know what that is, then we'll get a note out to all of our employees and we'll make personal visits because we change plans under open enrollment now, it's gonna be very challenging because it's a brand new plan. And my recommendation was we stay with what we currently have. It has a family portion to it. We'd have to evaluate the new plan that just came in and said which one should be the family plan. There is a little savings in costs, but this time of year, my recommendation would be to come back next year, do the request for proposals. We only received the one. We had inquiries from two others, but they didn't turn in a insurance proposal to us. So it'll be on the agenda and I'll cover it next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And I have two agenda items that I would like to place. The first one is after discussion with our board attorney. This will be a kumbaya come together item where the board, the entire board and the superintendent receive open meeting law training. I'll coordinate with our attorney and administration. We can do it in person, we can do it online, but that is an item I'm requesting. My second item is, and we've had good discussions on Arizona funding. It is very complicated in terms of the funding formulas. So I would like to invite ATRA, the Arizona Tax Research Association, to give a presentation to the board, along with really a focus on CTE and learning for, and some of the things that we have to deal with as a board, a CTE board. And so those are my 2 agenda items.
Dr. Pingerelli, would you like to, you want the funding piece at a board meeting, but do you want the open meetings law training at least scheduled before this next month, that it can happen anytime?
Yeah, it
Whatever
can
we
happen this next month. We can do it online. We could do it together. I don't want to, some people live far away. We could, so if it's more convenient for Mr. Miglerino to do online, we can do it. We can do a hybrid. I will work with you. You and I will work together. So. Any other items? Mr. Garcia, you got something on the tip of your tongue.
I was thinking about it, Mr. Chair. Dr. Spurgeon, is there a way for us to get one of your business partners in here to give a presentation of how they're benefiting from West-MEC? Maybe a big ticket like Core Power or TSMC, someone that can come in and talk about what's our desired end result, what are we really doing, what's the end of the pipeline, how is it working for our business partners in our local regions?
Yeah, in fact, our spotlight videos, actually, we spotlight one of our industry partners, and they talk about that very thing, the benefits of hiring West-MEC students. So I think Mr. Williams and I can work with you and determine.
And I definitely wouldn't exclude the Arizona Commerce Authority either, so I would bring them in.
Yeah, that's, Mr. Garcia, that's an excellent recommendation. And so we have that. Now we're at a pretty late hour. Dr. Spurgeon, are you up to an executive session? What about the board? Or do we want to, we've already pushed this twice out.
I can wait till April.
We'll do whatever you want.
So can I just make a comment? We're talking about doing a mid-year, and if we push it to, we're in March, April, there's less than 90 days left in the year at this point. I would say we'll do the year-end superintendent review in June, because mid-year, I think we've lost our window.
Okay. I can send you the update, so all the board members can have an update.
Please, yeah, I think if you provide the board with an update, and that way we can, if there is no objection from any member, we would just simply, I guess the correct procedure is to table this item, not proceed with this item. Okay? Okay, seeing no objection.
Ms. Wiley's making a
Yes.
motion.
To adjourn.
To adjourn, okay. So we have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? I don't think we need a second for adjournment. Aye. Okay.
Stand adjourned.